800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love has no labels, and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together.
I'm Mark Thiessen.
I'm Kat Timpf.
I'm Will Kane, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. I'm Dave Anthony. The tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico have been delayed. And we talked to a farmer who benefits from that and hopes they can be avoided altogether.
I think we're going to see a lot of other concessions come along the way because people want access to the U.S. consumer. They know we got disposable income, and they want our market.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Gut-wrenching testimony from parents who've lost children to fentanyl made for a bipartisan Senate hearing on future drug law reform.
It's very difficult for us to run investigations into this kind of crime, and it's absolutely heartbreaking.
And I'm former Secretary of Energy, Texas Governor Rick Perry. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
They're calling it a drug war, not a trade war, after President Trump imposed new tariffs this week on Chinese imports. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tells Fox Business it's to punish China for allowing fentanyl to flow into the U.S.
Fentanyl is the leading cause of death amongst young people in this country aged 18 to 34. And it is the president's utmost responsibility to protect American lives. That's why he implemented the 10% tariff on China.
China is retaliating with tariffs of their own, set to go into effect next week on American coal, liquefied natural gas, and oil, farm equipment, and some vehicles, unless President Trump works out a deal with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, like he did Monday with the president of Mexico.
They've agreed to put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever, 10,000 soldiers at their side of the border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens from coming into our country.
Canada's prime minister also agreed to send personnel to secure the northern border while also creating a fentanyl czar to stop the drug from coming into the U.S. from Canada. So as a result, the president paused for a month the plan to impose 25% tariffs on Mexican imports and 25% tariffs on most Canadian goods, 10% on oil. A relief to consumers who've been warned, especially by Democrats, that tariffs could hurt the economy. And we'd pay for them with inflation, higher consumer prices on everything from cars to energy to food.
Well, let's face it. President Trump, during the campaign, was very forthright with all people and telling us that he would use tariffs to accomplish his economic goals and to put America first.
Kip Tom is a farmer from northern Indiana who used to be the ambassador to the United Nations agencies for food and agriculture in the first Trump administration.
I know in my travels around the country working with the Farmers and Ranchers Coalition, supporting President Trump, questions were often asked, well, what about tariffs? How are we going to suffer from that? Is the president aware of the impacts to us? And, you know, the answer was yes, the president's aware of that, but he's going to use these tariffs to make us stronger again. I think so oftentimes we put our short-term prosperity ahead of our long-term security. And I think tariffs are one way that the president can negotiate deals and bring back a renaissance in U.S. agriculture and U.S. manufacturing again, making us the strongest country in the world.
Now, President Trump had vowed during the campaign that he was going to bring prices down for a lot of things after all the inflation during the Biden administration. But if these tariffs do go into effect, let's say in March instead of in February, there are fears that it's going to lift prices, which would be against what he had to say. Do you think that people will give him a little time on inflation, or would they be upset paying more for all kinds of items in the grocery store?
Well, I think people are always fearful of what they don't know. They don't know the outcome of something like this, and they don't understand everything that goes into negotiations of President Trump. You know, we learned one thing early on in serving as an ambassador. There are four elements of a nation's power. One is diplomacy, being able to leverage and to take advantage of opportunities around the world diplomatically. Number two would be our strong informational resources, making sure we can make the right choices because we got information around them. Number three, a strong military, and four, a strong economy. And that comes through making America first, and we can do that. Now, there are two other elements I feel that are very important to our economy, and that is energy and food, because without food, nothing happens. So we need to make sure that we have a strong agriculture sector, making sure that we're producing enough food for Americans affordably, effectively, safely, and we need to make sure at the same time we are the preferred supplier of the world's markets in producing agricultural products. Whether it's ethanol or dairy or beef or poultry, we need to be strong. And I think this is going to be the renaissance to starting a new wave in economic deliverables to the American people.
Ambassador, what do you produce at your farm in Indiana?
You know, so we produce seed corn for a company called Bayer. We produce corn. It goes into the markets that feeds poultry, pork, dairies, beef, egg layers, and ethanol. And so we're very diverse in what our markets are. We also produce soybeans that goes into rations. And as I said, we produce seed for Bayer that goes around the world in many different places to produce corn.
But if there were retaliatory tariffs, Mexico and Canada, let's say in March these tariffs happen, would you be affected as someone who sends your products into those countries?
Absolutely. I mean, if you start taking away 20% of our markets, and Canada, Mexico, and China are our three largest markets, all of a sudden that $35 million turns into $27 million. Well, that's a big hit for a farmer. You go down the road, my friend, it's a neighbor that's a dairy farmer. If he loses 20%, it's a big deal. But we have to have faith. We have to let President Trump do what he does to make sure. And these other countries have been taking advantage of this for a long time. I mean, we went from a $32 billion surplus in agricultural sales, exports in agriculture under the early days of the Trump administration to when Joe Biden left office, we had a $42 billion deficit. That's almost a $75 billion delta or swing in our ag exports. So we weren't going anywhere.
Of course, tariffs, they're not paid for by the countries that are hit with them. They're paid for by the importers who bring the products into the United States. And that's why there's a fear of inflation, because they're going to pass those costs along. And I've already heard from grocery suppliers, I've seen reports that they have been increasing some of their prices even though the tariffs aren't in place yet, just hoping they can be ready to recoup some of those losses. So do you see inflation going up even if the tariffs don't go into effect for a while?
You know, I think you're going to have some suppliers that will try to get ahead of this, and they'll try to make sure that they're on the safe side. I think hopefully competition in the marketplace holds them accountable and they keep their prices where they need to have them. But we know that under Joe Biden, grocery prices rose nearly 28 to 30%. Am I fearful for more food price inflation? If you start looking at our country, we import potassium from Canada. That's because the U.S. does not have potassium reserves in any of our mines. So we have to import. Well, that's a basic building block to produce food, fiber, and energy. So if we have to pay a 25% tariff on that, all of a sudden that's going to probably increase the price of food. So this is where I believe President Trump, Howard Lutnick, and others will make sure that they expedite the process. I think we're going to see a lot of other concessions come along the way because people want access to the U.S. consumer. They know we got the disposable income, and they want our market.
We get a lot of vegetables and fruit from Mexico, don't we?
Absolutely. You know, today we import nearly two-thirds of our fruits and vegetables in the United States. That's a big part of our trade deficit that has occurred. But you have to ask yourself, why did this occur? And a lot of this has happened because of the regulatory environment. A lot of those fruits and vegetables are produced in California. Gavin Newsom and some governors before him have been very regulatory and actually pushing that production offshore, places like Peru and Colombia, other places in Latin America. And in the meantime, we have lost that economic opportunity. So I come back to the point is, why did we lose a lot of the manufacturing we have in the United States? It's because of a regulatory environment. It's probably cost of labor and several other factors in there. But the regulatory environment is probably the single largest driver to moving production offshore. And now we're standing here, and we're probably not a food secure nation anymore. You know, we buy fertilizer from Russia, Belarus, China. We buy probably 70% of our chemistries that we use to protect our crops from weeds and insects and diseases, primarily from China. Well, tell me what happens if we have a war in the Taiwan Straits. All of a sudden, we don't have the products to protect our crops. We have a 70% decline in yields, and all of a sudden that's very inflationary to consumers' grocery prices. So I'm a big believer in reshoring, either back to the United States or our friends and allies around the world, to make sure we have the production capacity of the basic building blocks to produce food, fiber, and energy.
The tariffs that are in effect imposed, 10% tariffs on Chinese imports. Most imports, as I look at the list of the top imports from China, we're talking cell phones, computers, industrial equipment, toys, games, appliances, furniture, clothing, car parts, telecom, cookware, tools, shoes. I don't see much agriculture there.
We have a product we use called Roundup. You know, we produce it in the United States. We have a company that produces it here. It has a completely vertically integrated supply chain from the mines in Idaho to the processing in New Orleans. And they employ a lot of American people. But yet the Chinese can come in and they can sell a similar product because it's off patent. They can sell it for 40 to 50% less because the government's subsidizing it. So those are the things we need to work on. Make sure we support American suppliers and not the Chinese.
When you were ambassador to the UN and the agencies for food and agriculture, what did you learn that you didn't know about the global food supply and the U.S. role?
Well, I think, you know, obviously I have a much different lens today than when I first arrived in Mission. I was very domestic and what I knew of agriculture, some international experience. But in my time across Africa, I soon learned that the Chinese are probably the largest existential threat to not only Africa, but to the entire world. They are trying to own all the critical mining resources. They're trying to control the agricultural output of Africa. Africa with nearly 10 times the amount of arable acres that the United States have. So the Chinese play by different rules than us, but yet I saw people continue to suffer. And it's sad to say that's happening, but I would say a lot of that's happening because of corrupt governments and the influence of China across a lot of the developing nations across the world.
So you would definitely be supporting the U.S. action against China and maybe more in the future, as President Trump has suggested.
Absolutely. You know, we have nearly a $250 billion trade deficit with China today. I'm sure it's grown some since I last looked at it. But, you know, to me, that's a position of authority where we can go to China and say, wait a second, there's nothing fair about this at all. It's time we come up with some deals where, you know, we can see more impact benefiting the United States. I'm a very much of a believer in America First policy. And I hope the president will continue to pursue that as he negotiates these trade deals around the world. For every $1 in ag exports results in usually $2 in domestic economic activity in the United States. So trade is important for us in agriculture. So we're very hopeful that the president moves forward and expedites, negotiates trade deals that benefits America, agriculture, and makes our economy stronger.
Kip Tom, a farmer in northern Indiana, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations Agencies for Food and Agriculture in the first Trump administration. Great to talk to you, Ambassador. Thanks so much for being here.
Pleasure to be with you today.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
What do you call charging thousands of dollars for hearing aids? At MD Hearing, we call it outrageous. Because hearing should not be a privilege for the rich. It's a basic need everyone deserves. Hi, I'm Dr. Sandra Porps, Head of Audiology at MD Hearing. If you or a loved one have trouble hearing but don't want to waste thousands for a hearing aid, MD Hearing was created for you by doctors and audiologists. A high-quality, FDA-registered hearing aid for a fraction of the price. No costly doctor visits, no expensive and time-consuming fittings, no bulky, old-fashioned hearing aids that cost thousands. The MD Hearing Neo is just $297 per pair. It's rechargeable and fits discreetly in your ear. Even better, it lets you hear what you've been missing at a savings of more than 90% off the average price of a traditional hearing aid.
Try MD Hearing risk-free for 45 days by calling 800-918-3920. Plus, you'll get free shipping. Call now, 800-918-3920. That's 800-918-3920.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
Red velvet.
And giving your siding new life with Valspar Defense is a walk in the park. So no matter what projects are on your list, Valspar has everything you need to make it a day at the beach. Valspar, made for more. Get it at Lowe's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity and unity. a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror, and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
A look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Trump has expressed his vision of the U.S. taking over Gaza for redevelopment purposes. Fox's Jared Halpern has more for us this morning from the White House.
President Trump says the U.S. will take over war-torn Gaza.
And we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
The proposal came as President Trump welcomed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House as a ceasefire and hostage deal enter a new phase.
I think we'll be a keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East.
The president has said he believes Palestinians living in Gaza should be given refuge in Egypt, Jordan, and other countries. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And 2 more of President Trump's nominees have been confirmed. 2 others now out of committee as we await the Senate Judiciary's decision on Thursday regarding Kash Patel as FBI director. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more.
The Senate confirmed former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins as Veterans Affairs Secretary and Pam Bondi as Attorney General. Health and Human Services nominee RFK Jr. got out of the Senate Finance Committee, with Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy's vote for him after extracting some promises.
Aside from he and I meeting regularly, he will come before the Help Committee on a quarterly basis if requested. He committed that the Help Committee chair, whether it's me or someone else, may choose a representative on any board or commission formed to review vaccine safety.
Director of National Intelligence nominee Tulsi Gabbard was voted out of the Senate Intel Committee. The Senate Judiciary Committee will vote on Kash Patel's nomination for FBI director Thursday morning. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sports has become more than just a game. For some, it's a passion. For others, it's a way of life. And it amounts to billions of dollars. On the next Odyssey Conversation, big games, big money. We go behind the scenes and take a look at the people and the financial power of the sports industry. Listen this Sunday morning at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. you each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Up across the board on Wall Street Tuesday, the Dow picked up 134, the S&P 500 43, and the Nasdaq 262. That despite the tariff face-off with China, the Chinese countering 10% U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports with a 15% tariff on imported American coal and liquefied natural gas, and a 10% tariff on U.S. crude oil and heavy machinery imports. The Chinese will also open an antitrust investigation of Google. Google's parent company, Alphabet, beat earnings expectations in its latest report Tuesday. Profits up 28% for the final quarter of 2024 to $26.5 billion, but the company's revenue slightly below expectations. Among those reporting earnings today, Disney, Aflac, Ford, Harley-Davidson, and Uber. Amazon reports tomorrow. It closed at a record high Tuesday, as did Meta for the 9th straight session. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing to determine if lawmakers should permanently classify fentanyl and all of its different versions or analogs as a Schedule I drug, meaning it is considered to have high potential for abuse with no accepted medical use. In 2022, the CDC estimated 110,000 Americans died of overdose, with 70% of those attributed to opioids. And lawmakers heard from parents like Jamie Puerta, who lost his 16-year-old son Daniel to a fentanyl poisoning.
I do not condone my son Daniel wanting to self-medicate during the height of the pandemic for his whatever was happening in his head. I do not condone it. He made a mistake, and the price that he paid was his life. Children are supposed to make mistakes but not die from them.
And Bridget Noring, who lost her 19-year-old son, Devin, she said they had conversations about addiction, but not about the potential of drugs being poisoned with even worse drugs.
So I feel robbed of a conversation I could have had with my son that could have saved his life. So take that out of your vocabulary. This very well could happen, and it can very well happen. These dealers are on Snapchat, all platforms. Every single one of them.
While the precursor chemicals to make fentanyl are made in China, they are shipped to Mexican cartels. The legislation the committee considered would permanently classify fentanyl as a Schedule I drug, along with its analogs, fentanyl tinkered with, to make it slightly different from fentanyl to avoid prosecution under certain U.S. law.
They tinker with the chemical components a little bit.
Bridget G. Brennan is New York City's special narcotics prosecutor.
So it doesn't fit the exact description of fentanyl, the chemical definition of fentanyl. I mean, all these substances have to be chemically defined, if you will, because that's how we prosecute the cases. We have a lab that analyzes it and says, yes, this fits the chemical definition of fentanyl, and then we can prosecute that case. The analogs have the same effect. Some are more potent, more powerful, but they have a slightly different chemical definition, chemical composition. Under federal law, most of the analogs are illegal as well. Okay. Under New York state law, they aren't. So we have a big problem under state law, and I'm a state prosecutor, but under federal law, they do have an analog statute which covers that.
Have you then had to let cases go because they just don't fit?
Fentanyl analogs, yes. We have had to let cases go. Right now is not one of the times when we're really seeing that as a big issue. I mean, the fentanyl that's coming in now, we used to see the analogs more when the fentanyl was coming in directly from China. Now that it's coming across the border, we may start to see it simply because the composition of some of the drugs that we're seeing has been altered. We've seen somewhat less of a volume of fentanyl coming in, and we're seeing some odd chemicals mixed in with it, but nothing that has altered the actual chemical composition of it. But actually, when I was listening to the hearing, what was powerful to me was the families talking about losing their children for buying drugs over Snapchat and for buying drugs over the apps or over social media. And that is where, and I heard the members of Congress talking about that, this is where I hope they will be directing legislation to prevent those tragedies from happening. Because there's no accountability now, and it's very difficult for us to run investigations into this kind of crime, and it's absolutely heartbreaking.
When the conversation did turn to social media, Bridget Noring said before her son Devin died of fentanyl poisoning, he thought he was buying a Percocet off Snapchat. She was told her family could have used the in-app reporting feature to report bad actors on the site.
Multiple teens in our town reported the dealers that allegedly harmed my son, and all that would happen is they would take down the account. These dealers would go and get a new burner phone, set up a new account.
Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley said nothing will change until social media platforms can be sued.
You can try to fine them, they don't care. You can change the rules on reporting, they'll evade it. You can slap them on the wrist, they won't do anything. Until plaintiffs can get into court, nothing will change.
Rhode Island Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said he was also in favor of repealing immunity protection for social media companies.
It's huge. And especially when it comes to pills, fentanyl pills, which may be being marketed as almost anything, Adderall, oxycodone, anything. It could be marketed as anything. But we are seeing so many fake pills being produced. And we see very, very few of them sold on the street. It's not like the bags of fentanyl that come in little envelopes, or the little bags of cocaine or twists of crack or anything like that. We see millions of pills coming in, millions. And it's very, very difficult for us to commence prosecutions on those, especially with social media. So much, some of it's encrypted. They are not responsive to subpoena. because they fall into a different category. And so we can't do wiretaps, which is what our traditional mechanism is when we're investigating large-scale narcotics organizations, because you can't tap those. But there's no accountability on the part of the social media platform, and that needs to change. It also needs to, we now have some of the world's greatest technical experts working with this administration. And they should be able to facilitate this change and really help us figure out how we can use the tools that we traditionally have used to prevent these deaths. I can think of nothing more important, and that is a rich trove of experience that this administration now has working for it. And I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to make some headway on this now.
Interesting. Yeah, you see all those tech CEOs.
They are wonderful. I mean, they're focused on different areas, but this is their area. This is where they live. And they should be able to help us like nobody could help us before, both with getting around the encryption issues, so we can't even wiretap these devices, helping us get compliance, just compliance with subpoenas. How about that? We could start there. But also preventing the distribution. I mean, this is done on the social apps that have built-in mechanisms that feed the children sellers. You know, they all have to use the same language. They have to use the same emojis, the same language when they're looking for, we call it product, looking for drugs. If they're looking for Adderall, they have a nickname for that. There's an emoji for this, an emoji for that. And even if one seller, they don't get through to one seller, the application itself will send them other sellers. And so all that needs to be disrupted. And I think now is the time. We have a better shot at it right now with the lineup of people this administration has put together with expertise in this area, the world's greatest experts. I think we have a really good shot at reining this in.
I just want to go back for 1 second to what you were saying. This trouble with subpoena compliance. It sounds like you're running into issues when you ask Meta or Snap or X or whoever you're asking. I think, but probably mostly Snap, for help to figure out who these people are, like who's behind these accounts, and you're running into a roadblock.
Yes, we run into a lot of roadblocks. Certainly in terms of encryption on Telegram or some of those platforms. That's all completely encrypted. Now, the cell phones had to be modified under law in order to accommodate eavesdropping. But these platforms don't have to be. And that's a big problem for us. And then when you get into some of the other social media, that is very difficult to penetrate because because they don't fall under the same statutes or the same classifications of the other devices that we have historically seen used in this kind of trafficking. So they're not defined the same way. So it's difficult to find our path. So we probably need an overhaul in the laws pertaining to these devices. We need to classify them. We need to make clear in the legislation that they need to, that there are penalties for noncompliance, et cetera. I mean, there needs to be overarching some kind of not guardrails, but regulatory scheme that's imposed on these kinds of platforms and devices that were never existent at the time the original laws were written.
Former DEA agent Michael Brown recently told Fox News Digital he thinks cartels are going to be even more aggressive now with fewer ways in, that the Gulf and Zetas cartels are going to be competing for access, no longer willing to work together to ensure they keep making their billions of dollars as they look for new routes into the United States.
Because for years we've sat back, especially under the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, nothing was done. The cartels were given carte blanche access to the United States through the open border system. Now that's been cut off, and they've been designated as terrorist organizations. I assure you the cartels are sitting back having this meeting. What does this mean for us?
And what do the cartel's reactions mean for our law enforcement?
Well, I think that the people working on the border crossings, they're going to be attempting different means of moving stuff in. They're not going to give up entirely. And so, you know, historically, we've seen truckloads coming in where the kilos are concealed within the false walls, or train cars coming in and it's in the crash walls, the insulating walls of some of the cars. So we're going to see that kind of more creative approach, and we're going to have to make sure that our officials, our enforcement officials who are at the border have all the tools they need. But there's going to be other ways they're going to attempt to get the stuff in. You know, pills are easy to ship. There's going to be, you know, perhaps water. They're going to come across on the West Coast, maybe, as they bring stuff, same way they bring stuff into Europe, into ports. They're not going to just stop doing it. And we're going to have to be prepared for that.
New York City Special Narcotics Prosecutor Bridget Brennan, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-894-6680. That's 800-894-6680. Again, 800-894-6680.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump with a proposal urging neighboring countries to house Palestinians while the U.S. takes over and redevelops Gaza.
Level it out, create an economic development.
The proposal prompting swift backlash as we hear from Fox's Kevin Corke.
Delaware Democratic Senator Chris Coons called the pitch offensive, insane, dangerous, and foolish. South Carolina GOP Senator Lindsey Graham called it an interesting proposal, but also problematic. While Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn said adroitly, I don't know what to make of it. Check back with me tomorrow.
And the Wall Street Journal reporting the CIA has offered buyouts to its entire workforce Tuesday in what officials claim is an effort to bring the agency in line with President Trump's agenda. And a person dead, 5 injured in a shooting at a New Albany, Ohio manufacturing plant. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
One of the more stunning trades in NBA history occurred over the weekend, and the league is still buzzing about the move. The Dallas Mavericks sent 5-time All-Star Luka Doncic to the Lakers for 9-time All-Star and NBA champion Anthony Davis in a trade that reshapes the look of the Western Conference. On Tuesday, Doncic was introduced as a member of the Lakers, with the 25-year-old admitting that he was stunned by the move. Doncic said he was almost asleep when he got the call Saturday night, adding that he didn't really believe it at first. Now, 2 of the game's best basketball minds team up as Doncic joins LeBron James in Los Angeles. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Sports. There's nothing like it. Denzel Washington as Coach Herman Boone and Remember the Titans breaks the sport of football down to its bones when he stands on an empty field and talks about struggle and effort leading to victory or defeat. Football makes perfect sense to Boone, even when the rest of the world in 1971 seemed chaotic and divided. Our own world can feel chaotic with wars abroad and strife at home. And while things seem dire, we don't walk, we run to our escape. The purity of the sports we watch and discuss amongst friends and family has never been more important. So if you are currently clawing with your fingernails for every inch, the way Al Pacino describes in Any Given Sunday, take solace in knowing that it's our games that can give us hope, perspective, and an awful lot of fun. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone take your head out of the game. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Both Canada and Mexico have been given a 30-day reprieve from stiff tariffs proposed by the Trump administration. On Monday, President Trump spoke with leaders from both countries who agreed to step up security along their borders with additional troops and technology to prevent illegal immigration and drug trafficking. All work has been frozen at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that regulates financial products like mortgages and credit cards. It most recently imposed new rules capping bank overdraft fees and banning the use of medical debt in credit reports. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been named the Bureau's acting director by President Trump. If you live near a pickleball court, you have reasons to rejoice. 2 manufacturers of pickleball paddles have together come up with the Silencer, a paddle that mutes that pickleball noise that draws complaints. It'll be available this spring. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Phil Murphy's probably not harboring an MS-13 or a cartel member. It's probably somebody that's lower down the totem pole on Tom Homan's list of most dangerous to least dangerous. So Homan probably is not going to play that game. But if he did, would anybody criticize him? Phil Murphy, you're playing politics. The governor called out Tom Homan and said, go ahead and try it. After the last 4 years, you know what? Send a message to Phil Murphy. Send a message to the state of New Jersey and let that reverberate throughout Chicago, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California, and every other blue hellhole. Do it.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. 800-883-3024. That's 800-883-3024.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You know, this country was founded on freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea and tried blockading us, and then we dumped their tea into the ocean. How'd that work out? Well, it's time to throw out your overpriced big wireless contract, and you won't sacrifice service thanks to my cell phone provider, Pure Talk. Now, my cell phone company says no to inflated prices. And with a qualifying plan of just $45 a month, you can get an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for nothing. And yes, this is for premium service. You get unlimited talk and text and 25 gigs of data and mobile hotspot at a fraction of the price of those big guys. Get your iPhone 14 or Samsung Galaxy for $0 by dialing pound 250 and saying the keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, they're going to help you make the switch. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, February 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We are absolutely loaded today. Tony Bruno going to join us earlier than usual as he will lift off at 7:45 when we start the cut sheet. We've got our veteran spotlight today at 9:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Whiplash with all this breaking news and
head on a swivel.
My goodness.
Don't get blindsided, folks. Gregory.
Get ready for 4 years of this.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. What a day. We have so much to get into today, and I'm not even kidding when I say there's at least, I would argue, 3 lead stories that you could justify.
Yes.
And that's before we even get to the local stuff and the more ancillary, cultural, social stuff. I mean, from Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, Gaza, Israel, the United States' involvement. We're going to talk about that. Trump officially will ban men and women's sports today. Bobby and Tulsi get the votes yesterday on the Senate floor. We've got the NFL claiming to have ended racism as Super Bowl 59 approaches. PBS is firing back saying, hey, Trump, like 7.5 out of 10 of your voters have no problem with PBS getting public dollars. What the hell are you guys talking about? We might have to re-examine our own opinions on that, if we even get to that.
90-second rule, remember. Let's do that.
Wow. Oh, my God. And that's before we get to the cut sheet, Bruno, and our veteran spotlight. And that doesn't even include the local news, which is Dawn is ready to give you right about now. So let's get to it. 6:02, round number 1. About 2 minutes earlier than usual. The great Dawn Stenslin.
Yeah, good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Wednesday morning, February the 5th, I'll tell you about some nasty weather that could impact tomorrow morning's commute and tonight's. Sponsored by Meineke this morning, this Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company News Live. So I'll get into the developing stories locally here. We have 2 teenagers shot during this attempted car theft incident, Southwest Philadelphia. When I say teenagers, they very well may be 8th graders. This happened 5900 block of Windsor Street. Police say they found 2 13-year-old shooting victims, one shot in the leg, the other shot in the lower back. Both were taken to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They are in stable condition this morning. But the man who fired the shots, according to police, he was trying to defend himself against car theft. They were trying to steal his car. So this guy, as he says, he called 911, that he says he saw 4 juveniles, 4 youths, if you say, breaking into his Honda, ran up to his vehicle, confronted these young people, let's say 7th and 8th graders. One of them, he says, pulled out a gun in his face and threatened him. And so that apparently is when he says he was defending himself and shot 2 of the 4 to defend himself, he says. Now, he stayed at the scene, called 911, fully cooperating with the authorities. They're still investigating this.
You said it was a Honda? I was going to go
Yes.
Kia or Hyundai, but Honda would have been my third guess.
So this was not a carjacking, just to point that out. It was, in other words, a neighbor, saw this happening, said, hey, somebody's trying to break into your vehicle, and ran out to the vehicle and stood by the vehicle. So we'll see how this goes, if actually the car theft victim, will he be charged in this? Because he shot 2 of the 4 alleged car thieves. And we also don't know if anybody had a Ring doorbell or anything of that nature. We'll watch for that very carefully. So as we look for the latest in Philadelphia, with investigators just searching through the evidence into what may have caused the the medical transport jet, to crash in northeast Philadelphia last Friday. That plane crash injuring at least 24 people, killing 7, including all 6 people on board the jet. The one little girl who was being transported back home after saving her life at Shriners Hospital. 1 person killed on the ground. But we're hearing about a 10-year-old boy that I've been talking about this morning, a hero, really, as his family and many are calling him. So his family has been speaking out, and this is the Howard family, as Trey Howard is the little boy. The latest on him, by the way, is that he's one of the survivors. We do have people still hospitalized, 2 in critical condition. He just underwent brain surgery, but for the first time, he was speaking. And so this is, he woke up, and the first thing he had asked is my sister okay? Because he had actually shielded his little sister.
Aw.
And, oh my gosh.
Him and his dad and his little sister went out for donuts, right? They went out for donuts, and the plane crash and the shrapnel. And,
yes.
And they went through the glass and
went literally the shrapnel in his head.
Ugh.
And so now the latest is you think about life and how, like Greg is saying, they go out for donuts.
Yep.
And their lives are changed forever. They say they're just praying, and really a beautiful story of prayer, family, and faith here, but just saying this is a miracle, thanking God, thanking the doctors who saved his life. He's even talking. But now A.J. Brown is speaking out, Philadelphia Eagles, and says, and we'll talk about this moving forward, but just wanted to start out, and I know it's a whirlwind news day, but it kind of puts life in perspective for this family. And Philadelphia Eagles, A.J. Brown says, this Trey Howard is his inspiration.
Yeah, now he's going to give him a copy of his book.
You stop it.
Faith, Family, Prayer, and Donuts. Don't leave out the donuts.
I mean, I know it's a little late, but don't you think they should send this family to New Orleans?
Super Bowl 59?
I don't think...
If he's up for traveling. Maybe he's not.
Yeah, he just underwent brain surgery,
I get you.
so I think that they're by his side, but, maybe
give
next
him Donna
year.
Kelsey's seat. Just a thought.
Or Taylor Swift.
Or Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DJT is going to be there. Trump will be at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
About that?
Yeah.
That broke that they started talking about that yesterday mid-morning. Is it confirmed?
Yeah.
Is it fully confirmed?
And
Because I know
Fox
that they
will
had reported it.
Fox will show him probably.
Oh yeah,
I would
everybody
think
will.
as much as Taylor
Swift.
Yes.
Oh, I wonder if you can do a prop bet on that.
You should be able to, because you're not going to have the CBS or NBC bias of showing Trump for 6 seconds and then Taylor 16 times. With Fox having the rights to the broadcast, I think you'll see a decent amount of them.
We're also getting new information on, because we're talking about the Philadelphia plane crash, the Black Hawk Down in D.C., that crash, the blunders, the aviation blunders, the moments before that plane crashed, killing so many. They've now recovered all 67 people's bodies from the Potomac River, and they're saying that, yes, it looks like, yes, they were flying 100 feet too high. This from authorities. They've made some confirmations here, and we have new information from air traffic control, the radar confirming a lot of these investigators' worst fears as far as what was going wrong. So we have some clues into that. Of course, last night on our group text with all of us here at Kayal and Company, we were discussing this late news conference. I think it was done by, I don't know, maybe 8 in the 8 p.m. hour. So you think about the rest of the world, especially the Middle East, they were asleep. That was overnight for them. They woke up to, what does Donald J. Trump want to do with Gaza?
Mm-hmm.
And so the world reaction, because if you saw it live, you noticed that Bibi, President Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, first world leader to visit Trump in his new administration. Netanyahu was really looking at Trump and said things like he thinks outside the box. He didn't really give a full response to what Trump said during this news conference, which is the headline, yes, that Trump is proposed, and this is a proposal, that the United States of America would take over Gaza and make it into basically a Riviera.
Dubai 2.0.
So the world reacting, USA, a lot of reaction. Well, I'll just say it like that. As Trump has proposed this, already Saudi Arabia, some of our allies basically saying very critical of the situation. But I will say that Trump said that all Palestinians currently living in Gaza, we're talking about nearly 2 million individuals, should leave the territory and be placed in other countries in the Middle East while they do this complete reconstruction of Gaza, which he called a hellhole.
We should examine the two perspectives today, because one camp will say it's the greatest idea of all time. Why did I not think of that? And the other people will say, I can't. This is an awful idea. There's going to be chaos everywhere, right? Will there be any middle ground, or do I have to be the guy that spits common sense today? Because I'm prepared. I've got about 87 legal pads of paper jotted down. We could do it whenever you guys are ready.
Let's roll some of some of the press conference last night. Roll it, Phil.
U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't.
Basically, Trump channeling his business days, says a guy who knew how to take a piece of property and turn it into a pretty wealthy piece of real estate. So there's so many things to talk about with this, and let's go as long as we want here, because this is, I think, a fascinating topic. So there's two main premises that I look at here right off the top from a 30,000-foot view. There's what Trump says versus what Trump does, his words versus actions and results. And then I think the second thing that you have to start right at the top with is anti-war, peace through strength, and America first. That's what Trump is all about. Do we believe that the United States will really get involved from a military standpoint with Gaza while we're entering phase 2 of the ceasefire?
How else are we going to go in and, quote unquote, clear everything out? You think citizens are going to go in and do that?
No,
Do you want to go do that, Kayal? Dawn,
Contracting.
Dawn, do you want to send your kids in to
Kayal
do
and
that?
Company will be live from Gaza.
Yeah,
Kayal and Company on the road.
This is unbelievable to me now that all of a sudden we're justifying this. This is a good thing.
Well,
we're not nation building.
Well, that's
I'm not going through another Republican administration that wants to nation build.
That's from the side of, you think about Trump, and he was right about Iraq. We all remember what happened under Bush, Iraq, mission complete and nation building. Trump has been a critic of that.
Yep.
So what is the devil lies in the detail, as I always say, the details. And so this is a proposal. It's a first draft. He's putting this out there to say, think about this, that this has been a disaster and this is a war zone. And if you do look at this area, to expect people to go back, where are they going to go? It's as if...
Didn't he say 2 weeks ago, not our problem, when somebody asked if they think the ceasefire is going to hold? He goes, I don't know. It's not our problem, not our war.
So you really think this is a first draft proposal? Because
that's what they said. I mean, that's what they were saying. This is a first draft, absolutely.
Who's saying that?
Trump said it during the. I watched that entire thing.
He also wants to take over Greenland, make Canada the 51st state, rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and then take back the pan. My point being is, there's a method to his madness. But I don't even know that I would go as far as saying that it's like an actual business proposal. Sometimes I think he's just spitballing, and sometimes it's brilliance, and other times it's shooting from the hip.
I think that he is somebody who absolutely has thought of this before, but I think we know that when he was talking about tariffs, but look at the stock market. Everybody was freaking out Monday morning. Look at the stock market, Don. Look at that. Sending me texts about the stock market. Stock market rebounded. You know why? Because when Trump talked about the tariffs earlier this week, guess what? Our neighbors to the north and our neighbors to the south, there's a 30-day pause on the tariff thing, and everybody's going to work it out, and it's all part of negotiating part of the deal. China 10%. Yes, if you order something from Temu, then yes, you will not get your packages because the Postal Service has put a pause on all my Temu packages, which I get ripped from my family members about anyway, quite frankly. They're like, see?
But also keep in mind, I mean, look at the setting yesterday and who was attending. Of course, you're going to have a very, as Fetterman would say, provocative idea. I mean, Bibi Netanyahu is at the White House.
The two statements from the two senators, Nick, I don't know if you have,
I have
those
them
two.
both. I have them both right here.
Josh Hawley and John Fetterman.
So Robert Jimison was reporting yesterday, one of the reporters at the White House. He said, outside the Senate chamber in the Capitol, Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who is known as one of the most staunchly pro-Israel Democrats in the Senate, called President Trump's remarks, quote, provocative, but said that he would support a potential American occupation of the Gaza Strip, adding that Palestinians for years have, quote, refused or have been unwilling to deliver a government that provided security and economic development for themselves.
I think that Trump wanted to come out, and by the way, Fetterman's the only one who voted against Pam Bondi, but she still got in. Pam Bondi. We had like a James Bond.
I thought he was the only Democrat that voted for her.
I thought he voted against her.
Maybe I misread that. I thought he was on board with her, which is why I sent that. But I could be. I might have misread that. It was 54-46 though.
But I will say that I think for Trump that he's somebody who wanted to come out and talk about peace and prosperity, and I actually think this was his way of saying to the allies, because remember he wants the Abraham Accords and whatnot.
Yeah.
I actually think that there are some allies in the Middle East that he has discussed this with who like this idea.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? I think he was trying to say, I want to make this beautiful for you to come home to an actually beautiful place. Hamas has made this a disaster.
Yeah, and it would be great if it was just that simple. But we put land there, or we own that place, and we own all the terrorists in the Middle East. Then it becomes our problem. Then it becomes our war.
We've owned it ever since World War II, and we created it, and that's why they hate us. You know what I mean? I think that's what he's looking at. He's looking at all, since World War II.
Yeah,
you think about
sure.
that.
Let's just send troops down there. No problem.
We created the whole disaster.
14, Phil, if you can. Netanyahu.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
There you go.
There you have it. Josh Hawley, another popular senator on the other side of the aisle, according to Robert Jimison, when asked about Trump's proposal that the United States take over Gaza as he was leaving the Capitol, Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, said that he doesn't think, quote, it's the best use of United States resources to spend a bunch of money in Gaza. He added that he would, quote, prefer that it be spent in the United States first.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be very consistent.
He's correct.
With my opinion on foreign aid. I said yesterday, and I've said for multiple weeks on this show, I know it's a pipe dream. Zero foreign aid for anybody. Gaza, Israel, and any other slapdick nation out there. None. And I know I'm not going to get what I want. I know it's an unreal. It's like a dream come true. It won't happen. But I just want to further follow up and talk about our waste and our spending. We didn't talk about these specific bullet points yesterday with our USAID conversation. Did you know and hear about these other dollar amounts that were doled out when we talk about foreign aid for Gaza and really a lot of this is actually stemming from the Middle East? Did you know that we spent $9 million in humanitarian aid that was supposed to go to Syria and it ended up in the hands of Al-Qaeda? Did you know that we spent $20 million on a Sesame Street in Iraq? Did you know that we spent $2 million on Moroccan pottery classes?
Nice.
And did you know that we spent millions on Afghans growing crops instead of opium? And then just to round it out for the sake of those who are fashionistas out there, unlike me and John Fetterman who rock hoodies, did you know that we gave millions in trade assistance to Ukraine for models to attend Fashion Week in New York, London, and Paris? So when I say I want zero aid to any country, whether the United States is involved, whether a Democrat is president or Donald Trump is president, I want zero aid given to anybody. Have I made myself clear?
We're going to give aid, Nick, but the problem is, you look at all of those terrorist leaders, some of whom have been killed. The problem is that that's how they get rich.
Did we take the money back after we blew their head
Even when
off?
we don't send donations over there.
It's awful. Yeah.
Speaking of which, here's my script. I apologize.
Yeah.
Pam
No, go ahead,
Bondi,
keep going.
Fetterman, he still says he's not going to become a Republican, but he did help confirm
That's what I
Pam
thought.
Bondi. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Let's play a little bit more Trump. This has got 20, Phil, since we're kind of down this rabbit hole. Go.
The past 16 months, Israel has endured a sustained, aggressive, and murderous assault on every front, but they fought back bravely. You see that, and you know that. What we have witnessed is an all-out attack on the very existence of a Jewish state in the Jewish homeland. The Israelis have stood strong and united in the face of an enemy that has kidnapped, tortured, raped, and slaughtered innocent men, women, children, and even little babies. I want to salute the Israeli people for meeting this trial with courage and determination and unflinching resolve. They have been strong. In our meetings today, the Prime Minister and I focused on the future, discussing how we can work together to ensure Hamas is eliminated and ultimately restore peace to a very troubled region.
I just want to reiterate that, and I think I've pretty much established it since we talked about this from October 7th, 2023 through now, that I am very much pro-Israel because I view this to be good versus evil. It's not to say that Israel's perfect. Israel is not perfect, but it's clearly obvious you have good versus evil, those who are trying to live a life versus those who want to eradicate an entire population and their way of life, which echoes and really mirrors a lot of Western values here in the United States. And I'm not saying you have to quit on everything. There's a lot of things worth fighting for. We shouldn't give up on cancer research to find a cure and all of that. But at some point, don't we have to admit, as Americans, objectively looking at this situation in the Middle East, these two sides have been fighting since the beginning of time, and in all likelihood, they'll be fighting until the end of time. Why are we going to waste our money on it? And that's not to say that I don't believe in supporting Israel. But my God, we're just giving it away again. And for what?
Well, I think the truth is that, I agree with you. It's biblical. I mean, the Bible says this is how the world ends, if you ever read Revelations.
Yes.
But we stuck our big fat finger right in the middle of it, May 14th, 1948, and it was President Harry S. Truman. So they, after the Holocaust, which was horrifying, and everybody agreed, let's create this Jewish state. And so it has been pretty much a hot mess and a hotbed. And I think Trump, what he's doing is he's saying we need to look at this region of the world differently because it has been war ever since. How much have we spent? Since 1948?
Oh, my
How many
God, I
lives?
can't even imagine.
And so I think actually, even though people, I know that there's reaction that, this is some kind of ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous.
Which is cray-cray?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that.
I
I care
actually-
about our own citizens.
Right.
That's what I care about.
Because to Greg's point, he has said, yes, we'll own it.
Yeah.
We'll be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs. All the weapons. Think about the weapons on the site. We know there are these caves, these dungeons.
Oh, yes.
And get rid of all the destroyed buildings, level it out. He wants to level it, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs, housing for the people. And then he was asked about it. He said, yes, we'll bring back the Palestinian people, but this could take up to 10 years.
It's funny you say that. Taylor Budowich, who is the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, tweeted yesterday, President Trump's pursuit of peace and prosperity for all of us is truly visionary. Gaza shouldn't be a pile of rubble that provides refuge to terrorists, especially when it can so easily become Dubai 2.0. I feel like that, in theory, I guess technically you could do it, and I don't think it would be that incredibly difficult. And I bring that up because when I was in Tennessee, my wife and I, some of our best friends, they were British, and his name was Phil, and his wife is Elisa, and his best friend Mike, who's his business partner, who's a millionaire multi-times over, lives in Dubai. And and if you've probably seen the pictures, Dubai is gorgeous, super expensive, by the way. He pays $25,000 a month for rent. But people always say, well, what about the terrorism? And if Trump's envisioning a Dubai resort type thing with peace and prosperity, and I just always found this to be a fascinating tidbit because Phil told me this. They don't have terrorism hardly at all in Dubai. And you know why? Because the government pays the terrorists exorbitant amounts of money to stay the hell away from their property. So it's possible. Peace through strength, the whole bit. Dubai is the model, I think, that maybe Trump is picturing.
Yeah, I mean, Dubai in the United Emirates is gorgeous, but I think in many of the areas for many years, I have friends who Jews were not even allowed to travel. American Jews were not allowed to travel to some of these places like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, etc. Unless they had a special visa. Even American Jews, let alone Jews who are not Americans.
American citizens couldn't, really? I didn't know that.
American citizens.
American Jewish. Oh, wow.
Like from Philadelphia, like Biggity Biggs.
Yeah.
So you think about what we can't even wrap our brains around, that part of the world.
Sure.
And how they treat Jewish people.
Well, it's crazy.
Even American Jews who are like billionaires trying to go over and do business ventures.
Guys, we cannot get. I understand. I feel for all those people those innocent people in that area that are stuck in the middle of this and all that nonsense. It's not our problem. I'm sorry, it's not. Israel is an ally. I want them to be an ally. We will support them in any way can. We cannot own Gaza. And again, I don't want to be. You said something very insightful last night on our group text. It should have been the show last night. But the left, and you can hear by the reporters just with their hair on fire over everything when they don't know any of the details yet. I don't want to be that because we don't know anything. We'll know more. I'm sure there'll be updates and everything in the next 48 hours. So I don't want to get all hair on fire about this, but from first blush looking at this, it just looks like a bad idea.
Well, it does. And I came to the conclusion last night, and I thought about this. When you look at Trump and he's anti-war, he doesn't want to feed the military-industrial complex, and we know he's America first, MAGA, the whole bit. You can be all of that and then some. I just find it almost impossible to, quote, sit it out as an American president when we talk about the war in the Middle East. When you look at, and this is not a slight or a dig by any stretch, because again, I'm pro-Israel, but the Israel-Jewish influence in America and all of the institutions in America lead us to a point, on top of what Dawn said, ever since our involvement in other people's mess and other people's conflict, dating back to 1948, I mean, you look at the Jewish influence in the media, in Hollywood, in law, in medicine, every major institution in the United States, there's a lot of powerful people with lots of money that are Jewish, that are impactful power players. So you could be pro-Israel and anti-war until the cows come home, but if you think you can, and I would love for us to sit it out, I don't know that it's possible. Not after 25, not after 77 years of American involvement in another nation or region's conflict. We're closing in on 3/4 of a decade.
It's different.
Of a century.
Involvement is different, and we really have to break. We blew through your big take.
There's the big take, folks. By the
way, there's a difference between involvement and owning it.
True.
Owning it then means we are the target then for Hamas and all those ass backward people. That want to blast us into the Stone Age. We own it then.
But involvement includes two things that I think a lot of pro-America, anti-foreign aid and foreign wars are against. Involvement requires two things, money and American bodies.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to see another American die in a pointless war or see millions of dollars pumped into something that's just going to go and basically be lit on fire to begin with, right?
I think it does not matter this morning that Hamas and other terrorist groups are criticizing this.
Who cares?
I think what matters is Saudi Arabia, because what Trump is after here, remember, is the Abraham Accords. So, and I believe Jared Kushner actually I think he talked about this before with Gaza. And so I think part of this idea has been floated around, but I think Saudi Arabia is the key player here.
Okay.
It's a negotiation.
All right, we have to break. I think you have
let me do my sponsor.
Yeah.
Sorry. So
Meineke.
Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you
step
hear
on the
a
brakes over this this Gaza situation.
Yeah.
Everybody step on the brakes.
Rack
Pump
that
the brakes.
last 18 minutes,
Thank
folks.
You. Thank you.
Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned, operated Meineke. Their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you. Meineke.com.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I would love to hear people and their perspective on this. Do you agree with Josh Hawley that money can be spent better and spent elsewhere, or do you want to see America involved? It's an interesting proposition. We'll take your thoughts, 855-839-1210. And then we will also get into a big day for Donald Trump. According to the Daily Wire, 2 sources have reported that at 3 o'clock today, Trump will officially sign the executive order that bans men in women's sports, because today is National Women in Sports Day in the United States. We'll talk about that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune in to a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I'm Greg Devon, CEO of Independence Blue Cross. At IBX, we understand this city and what makes Philly so great. For more than 85 years, we've been proud to call Philadelphia our home, and we're proud of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the Birds onto victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
No, I would not give you false hope on this strange and mournful day. But the mother and child reunion is only a motion away.
No false hope, just authentic opinions and analysis. Kayal and Company as we continue on a super busy Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The news cycle is going so fast that Democrats like Chuck Schumer can't even keep up with it, and the mainstream media cannot write their anti-Trump headlines fast enough. And if you want to jump in on all the developing news that we've been talking about, most notably off the top here, Trump saying that he wants the United States to take ownership of the Gaza Strip, you can do so. We had a great conversation on that for about 17, 18 minutes. If you missed it around 6:10 until 6:30, go back and get it on the free Odyssey app. 855-839-1210. We'll round back to some clips on that coming up in a little bit with the cut sheet at 7:45 as Tony Bruno will join us a little earlier than normal as he will join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Also still ahead this morning, Tulsi, Bobby, they get the votes. We'll go through some of those specifics. Pam Bondi, she got the votes as well in a little bit of a wider margin than Tulsi and Bobby. And also still ahead with the Super Bowl, a very interesting column from PhillyMag.com. If you're getting set to attend a Super Bowl party at a bar, why you might be breaking the law and the two entities you want to thank for doing so, for maybe making your Super Bowl Sunday a little less than stellar. We'll give you that story coming up. But today, before the developments of the Middle East last night, the big take was going to be on Trump's executive order, which is set to be signed around 3 o'clock today, which officially bans men in women's sports. It was one of his 20 campaign promises from his 2024 Make America Great Again platform. And it also coincides today with today being National Women in Sports Day. And I just wanted to read you a little bit of this report. The Daily Wire reported yesterday that Trump is set to deliver on another campaign promise as they report that he will sign the executive order that officially bans biological men from competing in biological female sports. As I mentioned, today is National Girls and Women in Sports Day, and the executive action couldn't happen at a more fitting time. And when you think back to these stories that we have talked about with the trans athlete movement, we've seen countless stories of men coming into women's sports and taking first place, getting a state championship, winning a scholarship, females that have been injured in basketball and volleyball. And it's even gotten to the point where we've had coaches, men or women's coaches, that have said, we are going to forfeit and just take the loss because Coach Smith doesn't want to send out his females to compete against 4 girls and a dude pretending to be a girl. If we could actually have this clip, that would be great. This was actually from our interview with Donald Trump back on May 13th, 2024, when he joined Kayal and Company. And Dawn asked him about Title IX and protecting females in female sports. This was Trump last spring. Take a listen to clip B. I think, Greg, you might have to play the audio.
Yes, that's my fault, Phil.
Yep.
Started
Let's
over,
re-rack it.
Re-rack it and go.
What would you
we're
do
gonna end it on day one? Don't forget that was done as an order from the president. That came down as an executive order, and we're going to change it on day one. It's going to be changed. We're going to end it. That's right. Boys can go into girls' locker rooms. The whole thing is crazy. Look, it's like men playing in women's sports. It's like open borders for the world to come in, send all their prisoners. We'll take as many as you can give us. Send all their people from mental institutions. No, we'll get that changed. Tell your people not to worry about it. It'll be signed on day one.
Yeah, day 1, day 17, close enough. But it's not immediately clear, according to the Daily Wire, whether or not the order will focus on K through 12 sports, collegiate sports, or just a broad ban in general on men competing in trans-identifying females in women's sports. The Daily Wire and the Wall Street Journal reported the following yesterday. They said, leading up to Election Day, Trump advisors told the Daily Wire that the messaging was reaching women, specifically suburban women, the very same population that the Democrats were targeting with aggressive abortion messaging. The Wall Street Journal predicted back in October that trans-identifying males in women's sports would be the sleeper issue of the 2024 election. You know, as somebody that has twin daughters, this is a story and a topic that I'm pretty passionate about. Now, granted, my girls are dancers. They don't have to physically butt heads, so to speak, with other men, but they do compete against boys, although I don't know that it's really the same like with swimming or basketball or volleyball, but it's dance. But this is a big story. Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon here in Philadelphia. We remember the Leah Thomas story at Penn. Dawn, your thoughts, because I know that this is something that you've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for me, it was to have sports in school. There was a time when girls in our country, in the world, did not do sports. So sports is a game changer. And sports makes you understand. I mean, Dr. Mazzarelli at Cooper Hospital, think about how many times he said he's the biggity big CEO and attorney leader of Cooper University Hospital, major local employer. And he's somebody who says one of the first questions that they ask during an interview to anybody is, did you ever play in sports? Not were you a champion on a champion sports team, but did you play in any sports on any team?
Mm-hmm.
And so we know that when you play on a team, when you are in any kind of sports, what does that mean? It's a game changer for women in the world, because as far as getting jobs and understanding what it's like to be coached, to be coachable,
Mm-hmm.
to be a team member, to take it on the chin, so to speak. So for me, growing up and absolutely, being on a team as a girl in, grade school, high school, college, track running, that was important in my development in my life. And I think I can say for all women in this country and the world, you deserve, whether or not you even, some people will play in co-ed sports, but I certainly deserve as a woman and when I was a girl to be able to change in a bathroom or a locker room without having to endure, really, to be victimized, if you will, by a biological male. And this was Paula Scanlon. She told me about this over the years. I mean, to have to be in a locker room and scooching into one of those tight swimsuits at UPenn right here and to be subjected to, not just any guy, a 6'3" athletic guy with all of his
junk,
full apparatus, if you will.
Yep.
And sometimes standing at attention while looking at these females, according to them in the locker room. This was disturbing for them.
Right.
It's disturbing.
And it's also very hypocritical because this is coming from the same side of the political aisle, the left, where they talk about, well, women should be able to be the chief firefighter and the chief of the LAFD. They should be able to be on the front lines of combat in war. So it's always women, LGBTQ. Except when it comes to women's sports, then women have to take
shut up and you take it.
Yeah, then shut up and take it, toots. Suck it up. There's only 9 of them out there anyway. You're not gonna. The odds of you being impacted are slim to none. It is excessive if it's just merely one person that has to deal with that. So you can't selectively pick and choose a la carte when women are qualified to do everything under the sun, and we should lower standards so that they can be on the field of battle and be fire chiefs and police chiefs and this, that, and the other thing, and CEOs and NFL referees. But when all of a sudden Bobby wants to become Bernadette, you need to be quiet and just deal with it. Put your swim cap on and take your third place. Odds are you would have been in second or first until Bobby came along. And it's also just, to me, always absurd. We always talk about it from the men coming into women's sports. I don't see any women going into men's sports. I don't see any women that are transitioning to become men that are doing it athletically. And I also don't see decorated men in athletics doing this. How many times have we seen these stories where the guy was well below average as a male athlete and then becomes a female athlete in their mind, and all of a sudden they're Wilt Chamberlain on the basketball court? Because they're 6'4", 210, and they're playing against 5'4", 114-pound women.
I think it's the ultimate slap in the face to women, females everywhere in the women's movement, if you will, because this is, in truth, this is a men, boys, saying, oh, yeah, you know how superior we are to you females? We can decide we want to be a woman, and we still will prevail over you.
Yeah.
You can shut up.
Right.
Think about that slap in the face,
I
that
agree.
disrespect.
Common sense Republicans have become the feminists by default.
Yeah.
Just because the left has gone completely insane. 855-839-1210. All right, so we were talking about Trump and the Middle East to start the show for about the first 20 minutes. Frank is in Burlington. He has some thoughts. Frank, good morning. How are you, sir?
Hi, great. Boy, you guys get into some great topics. Just one quick comment on what you were just talking about. It really is the ultimate form of like male superiority and misogyny for them to think that they can like take over women's sports. They are the misogynists. They are the ones that hate women. Mm-hmm. Let's destroy their sports. Let's destroy everything else that women have worked so hard for. Anyway, to get back to the Trump stuff.
Yep.
I really, and I love Trump, but I wish he would just like focus on the stuff that he ran on. This is, and I hope you're right, Nick, that this is just a different form of his way of kind of like, I don't know, setting the table for some later negotiations or something. But this would be like presidency destroying if we ever get involved with that mess over there. I mean, you're not going to make it the land of Oz. The Palestinian children from birth are taught to hate the Jews and to think it's okay to murder them, you know, to the tune of like burning live babies. And on top of it, the idea that moving them somewhere, nobody wants the past 70% of the Palestinians voted for Hamas. There's no way you're changing those people's minds unless you take those kids from birth for 3 generations. I just think it's a horrible, horrible idea.
Frank, I appreciate the call. I don't love the idea. And you say, just to use your words, you want him to focus on the things that he was running on. Well, he did run on ending all of these wars. So in the grand scheme of it, the grand picture of the topic just in general being the Middle East, if that's part of the blueprint, that's fine. I just disagree with that element to it. Like if Trump obviously, and I think, do we have the clip? It was Peter Doocy yesterday was asking Trump and Bibi about Trump's involvement in getting the ceasefire compared to how much percentage of the credit should go to Joe Biden and the outgoing administration.
I think Phil, I don't think I sent it to you. But
Okay.
Oh, wait. Hang on. There we go. Hang on. Let me just.
Yeah, I just want to hear this a little bit.
We have heard Joe Biden and Donald Trump take credit for the hostage and ceasefire deal. Who do you think deserves more credit?
I think President Trump added great force and powerful leadership to this effort. I appreciate it. He sent a very good emissary. He's helped it along. And, I'll just tell you, I'm happy that they're here. And I'm sure the president is happy that they're here. And I would think that's about enough.
He did not even acknowledge Joe Biden there in that clip. Now, are there others in the outgoing administration, the Biden administration, that had their hands in the pot? Yes. Will we ever know? Well, it was 75% credit for Trump, 25% credit for Biden. We don't know. But based on what Netanyahu said there, safe to say that Trump was a major factor in that. Now, look, you talk about the Abraham Accords, you talk about peace in the Middle East, what he was able to accomplish 7 years ago in 2018, certainly good. But let's also, just because there were the Abraham Accords and we had this peace, let's not get it twisted, all right? The Arabs and the Jews were not walking around, skipping around, and going out for dinner and lunch dates, okay? Just because things were peaceful by their past standards does not mean that it was a utopian society by any stretch. But that is really the crux of it. When we talk about what Frank just said, these individuals are born and raised, dare I even say trained, to hate Western civilization. They despise the way we as Americans live our lives. They don't believe Israel has any right to exist, not just exist as far as owning property and having sovereign territory. They don't believe that they should exist as human beings. This is nothing more than an Arabic twist on the Holocaust, right? I mean, with all of the Arab nations that want to eradicate Jews, it's no different than the anti-Semitism from Hitler.
100%.
Right?
And we get this, I know what Dawn said about how, earlier she said about how, we're already in the thick of this, and we have been for a long time. I understand that. But it's a different kind of involved when we own Gaza. And we are the ones that displace, all the Palestinians. And Frank is right. 70% of the Palestinians voted for Hamas.
Yeah.
So this is when you said
the last election was what, 18 years ago, though.
But still,
Would it
I
change?
mean, there's
Would
a
the
lot.
percentage change?
There's a lot of.
They became a terrorist organization.
They are raised at birth to hate.
That's true.
The Jewish people.
That's
There's
true.
there's no doubt in my mind. So yes, this is a fight between good and evil. I really do believe that. I've said that since October 7th.
So what does Trump do when he has last night's news conference? He changes the entire trajectory, changes the paradigm. He changes. Look at the conversation we're having. Everybody's having this conversation.
Yeah.
The world is reacting to what he said. And I submit to you, it's the same thing as we started out this week, Greg. Don't look down at the microscopic, tariffs, how's it going to affect the stock market? That's not his goal. So he puts this out there and says, this is a first draft. Let's do this right. Let's do something different than we've done.
I'm just telling you
since
that
1948.
I'm just telling you the American people that voted for Trump did not vote for rebuilding and owning Gaza. I'm telling you
Well, that's the question. So do something different or do nothing at all, because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So if we continue with the status quo, we're going to keep getting the same results. So to me, it's one of the two extremes. I normally think that the truth lies somewhere in the middle in the gray area. I don't think there's gray area here. Either we go forward with what Trump says or we just completely pull out. And I think both of them are.
It's a negotiation, Nick. It's not black or white, and he knows that.
So more funding and more military.
The first step with him is always getting everybody in the world is talking about this, not just us, in Saudi Arabia. Look at all the world news in the India. Like, everybody's talking about this right now, and so this is how he begins. So he puts an idea and says, "I'm going to break the mold." How do you first start with that? You want to change. You want to alter the conversation, and you get people to think about this. It's basically like group sourcing. That's what he does. That's what he does, and then he negotiates in between the lines. It's not black or white, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing.
But think about how radical this is. I mean, when we talk about that region, and you talk about the Palestinians and those that support Hamas, no other Middle Eastern country wants to take their refugees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Jordan, Syria, Turkey, Iraq, Egypt. Nobody wants these people.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Let's just generalize it by saying if your own people, just Arabic people in general, if no other Arabic or Middle Eastern or Islamic nation wants these people,
Mm-hmm.
what are we doing there?
But think about what he's doing. So think about what you just said. So Saudi Arabia, for example, or Egypt, or pick a country, Qatar, however you say. So these individuals are saying, you can't do that. You can't displace. He says, well, we want to make this. We want to make a beautiful place. It's kind of hypocritical for the same people who say that the Palestinians deserve a nice home to say, we're not going to take these people. It puts them right front and center. And so why don't they want them then? If you're going to stand up for them, it helps him do what? Negotiate at the table. What else is he negotiating? Oh, the Abraham Accords. Oh, business. Because I always think, what's Trump get out of this? When he was standing up there the whole time and he's going through this, I know he wants peace and prosperity. He does not want war. He said it. I don't even know how many times he said it last night, but he said it multiple times. So what's his goal?
Yeah.
His goal is the deal. Because I thought, why is he doing this? What are we going to get out of it? What he's thinking is, first and foremost, break this mold, change the conversation, and say something that gets the world discussing what we are discussing.
855-839-1210. Hour 2 on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then 2 stories before we get to the cut sheet at 7:45 and Tony Bruno. First of all, Tulsi and Bobby, they get in by 1 vote apiece, falling on party lines. And the NFL says no more ending racism. They've solved the problem. Unbelievable. Super Bowl 59 story on the way with politics and social issues. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, we got to talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV. Now, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to my friends at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:03. Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning, February 5th. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day wherever you may be. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget you can get us on the free Odyssey app. Anywhere you go, watch the show live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. Once we're done, watch Dawn, watch Dom, watch Rich, watch reruns of Friends, maybe pull up some Gin Blossom songs of the past. Was this circa 1993, I believe?
Wow.
Could be coming up in music history.
Very nice.
Yeah. And they thought I wasn't a music elitist. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 7:45 with Tony Bruno. We'll also get to Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, Pam Bondi securing the necessary votes yesterday. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning, Hump Day, February 5th, sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. Still following the story of 2 13-year-olds in Philadelphia shot last night, and getting some more details on this from Philadelphia police. So the teenagers survived the shootings. They're in stable condition in the hospital this morning as Philadelphia police investigate this. So they say it all started in the 6 p.m. hour last night, 5900 block of Windsor Street. And officers say when they arrived, they found 2 13-year-old shooting victims, one shot in the leg, the other shot in the lower back. So they called in both of those 13-year-olds, taken to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where they are this morning and still in stable condition, recovering from that. So what happened here? The man on the scene told them that he fired the shots at these 13-year-olds in self-defense because they had threatened him, shown a firearm, and were trying to steal his Honda vehicle. So that's what the witness said. He calls himself a victim, but they have not yet found the gun of a total of 4 teenagers. So 2 ran off, 2 shot. Where's the gun that they were reportedly, threatening the Honda owner with?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a gun found yet. So was it with the 2 that ran off?
Yeah.
We don't know that information.
And we don't know if any Ring doorbell cams have picked up any video surveillance. I've got to tell you, I never thought that the Ring doorbell cam would be so necessary or become so paramount in solving crimes.
It's a game changer.
It really is.
It really is. Yeah.
You think you're helping yourself out, your security, what delivery driver's dropping something off. Next thing you know, you help solve a crime.
Plus, I could be here, and I know, with my family at home, if somebody's coming close to the door, I can see I get alerts and stuff like that. So it's all good.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll have to get one of those.
Yeah. Well, you don't really care.
Stop.
Well, it's either the Ring doorbell cam or I get a firearm from King Shooters.
There we
I
go.
don't need your doorbell cam.
There we go.
You come in here, stand your ground law, Pennsylvania, pal.
Yeah.
Or I would always, poor Buddy, but Buddy would always be outside by the front door.
Was he a big mouth?
And he would, I think he just went to the front door because he was like, oh, they let me outside and
Yeah.
they won't let me in.
Because
So
I have the most lovable lab, the most
I
energetic,
know.
playful guy you'll ever see. Yet when somebody comes within 100
Oh, yeah.
yards, he shoots his mouth off like he's a Doberman pinscher.
Oh, yeah.
He thinks he's a big, tough guy.
And nobody's going to mess with your girls because of that. So that's
true.
Better than any security system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
until they come in the door and then he starts licking them. Dork.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So we have that going on in Philadelphia. By the way, if you've ordered anything that happens to be made in China, we want to just let you know that last night there was a little notice from USPS, United States Postal Service. And I mentioned this in the earlier news, but my goodness, there was so much, happening at that point. But they've announced they've temporarily suspended accepting packages sent from China and Hong Kong until further notice. So this suspension, as they're calling it, it was effective as of last night when they announced this from USPS. Letters, flats are not included in the suspension. Postal Service did not provide a reason. They didn't say anything about tariffs, but this all, I think it's fair to say, is in reaction to President Trump's new 10% tariff on Chinese goods, with then retaliatory tariffs of its own. So the back and forth continues. And I believe that was 18 hours ago it officially went into effect. And so then China says starting next Monday, they're going to implement the 15% tariff on coal and liquefied natural gas products, along with a 10% tariff on crude, oil, agricultural machinery, large engine cars, like we're talking about pickup trucks imported from the U.S. So all of this back and forth, but Trump's tariff hike also eliminated a duty-free exemption for low-value packages coming from China, like the crud that I order on Temu, or Temu, however you say it.
The crud.
So I know my husband's like, what did you get now? But we all learned about the de minimis exemption.
Yeah.
Like, what was that? So we're all learning all this stuff. It allows goods valued at $800 or below to come into the U.S. without paying any extra duties or certain taxes.
Extra duties, huh?
Duty.
Yeah, duty. Where's my duty? Yeah, there it is.
Duty.
So let me ask you this, because I'm always 2 years behind on advancements. is Temu the dollar store Amazon? I mean,
That's where Tony Bruno got his
drone.
His drone from.
I remember him talking about that.
They sell a bunch of junk from China.
Okay.
And Dawn loves it.
It's the Chinese dollar store.
Yeah, it's a bunch of crap.
It's actually pretty good stuff.
Do you have an app for it? Did you download the Temu app?
Yeah.
So now
For the
you're
price,
basically
totally spying on me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like,
I'm
you're
already
like
a public person.
TikTok. China already has your info, sweetie.
Yeah.
The biggest thing I will say, it's not all crud. Like I ordered a winch.
A
order winch,
Oh,
not wench.
okay.
You cannot. Greg's like a wench. Oh, that sounds like a barmaid with a low cut. Anyway.
Yeah.
But no, you can order. They sell a lot of tools.
Well, let's get to how this affects me, because that's really all I care about.
Exactly.
Road Warrior let me know that some of my parts for my bike are stuck in transit now because of this.
Oh,
see,
he was getting parts from China.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Road Warrior, Mr. America First, purchasing from China, huh?
So if you look at
He's doing it to help me out to fix up my bike.
But think about all the cool stuff that Temu sells for like a fraction of the cost. How do they do that?
Yeah.
Well, because they have essentially slave cheap labor. We would never allow here. Also, they stole all the patents from all the like tool companies and stuff like that, and even the pillows. They sell all of that.
Yeah.
They stole all the patents from people here, and they don't care.
Great. So
because
now,
they call the company. I told you guys this, right? I know a couple people whose businesses were like. So what happens is they call the company. The company sues, and they say, "Well, you can fight us in court for a decade and cost a lot of money, and yeah, you'll win. But in the meantime, why don't you just let us make your product, and you don't have to have employees. You can work from home virtually. You'll make more money. You don't have the headache of having to manage, all those Americans who want all that, benefits and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what they do.
Well, lost in all of this now. We're burying the lead here at 7:12 on February 5th. Stalker has his first built-in excuse for why he will not partake in the bike ride on July 21st.
Fine.
He'll blame
That's
Trump
fine.
and China
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
and the duties.
It was Temu.
I love it. That's a good one. Oh my gosh. There's so much breaking news. We've obviously been talking about Trump, his news conference last night. Another headline this morning you will see is that, and remember, let us talk about Israel, that we expect more hostages being released today. Trump also made that announcement at the news conference last night. But then there's the issue of Pam Bondi confirmed.
Yep.
And we also have the CIA in the headlines this morning. So we've talked about federal workers. Some 20,000 of those federal workers apparently have taken the deal, because tomorrow, February 6th, is the big deadline where they can say, oh, yeah, I want to retire, if you will, take the package, get 8 months' pay. 20,000, about 1% of the total workers. But now there's word that maybe there will be mass layoffs. Now, the latest group where the focus is on is, yes, the CIA. So we're looking at what's happening there, what's the offer there, and that's a big question with what's going on with CIA workers, as it looks like this continues as the Trump administration is trying to make government smaller.
It's pretty interesting that the CIA, I wanted to point this out. I saw this in regards to your story. Buck Sexton, who used to be a CIA analyst, said the following in regards to this with the CIA. He says, if you think that the CIA agents are going to take. Here it is. Very few in the CIA will take this offer. They assume that they can't be touched.
Yep.
If you think USAID is a rogue elephant, just wait until you see the attitude over in Langley, Virginia.
Yeah, he's 100% right.
But think about. I'm sorry.
I would take the deal. I mean, you can give me 8 months. I'll figure out something in 8 months.
But I had to look at this because
Good to know.
they're basically
Yeah.
saying they're offering everybody this buyout.
Yeah.
Everybody in the CIA. And I think this is part of the strategy is to say, well, so far, for example, we've gotten 20,000 of the other federal workers. And these are non-essential jobs.
Right. Yeah,
That's-
it's trimming the fat. We're
they
getting
never
rid
s-
of all
yeah.
the dead weight.
They never say that in the headlines.
Of course not.
It's the non-essential jobs. Sorry, you're
Did
not
you
getting
say
that.
it's 1%? 20,000 represents 1%? Yeah. Oh my God.
Of the total.
Of total CIA or total?
No, federal workers.
Okay, I was going to
So
say.
the
man.
CIA just found this out yesterday
Mhm.
that they're being offered the buyout.
Yeah.
So, but they're all saying, that this is Trump's effort to shrink the federal government, shape up the agenda, and I think make some of this happen before, let's say, now Pam Bondi is in there.
Yep.
But as the cabinet takes shape, these individuals can say, "Hey, clean slate,
Mhm.
clean the house."
Yep. And we're still waiting on Kash Patel with his confirmation with the FBI.
Yeah, so Cash can say, because he said during confirmation hearings, no, there's no retribution. Well, because they're all going to be gone. They will have
Exactly.
figured it out,
Yeah,
right?
just- we don't need to punish you when we release you.
Yeah, so we have all of that going on. We haven't even gotten today, and I have to get to my sponsor, but we haven't even gotten yet to Governor Josh Shapiro gave his budget address yesterday. And let's just say it's the biggest budget proposal we've ever seen with an increase 8%.
How much are
from
my taxes
last
going to
year.
go up?
Well, they're going to go up, honey, if he gets his way. It would be the first time the state budget exceeds $50 billion. So he wants a $51.5 billion budget. That's his proposal. How would he pay for it? Tapping into the state's reserves savings account, legalizing recreational marijuana, different types of gambling. So drugs, gambling, and tapping into the state's savings account.
Good.
Okay.
Good. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Tax the hell out of all of it.
A lot of my vices are represented right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now it becomes a negotiation.
Yeah.
But that was the budget proposal. Says he wants to improve education. We need it because we got that. We haven't even really talked about that national report and the Pennsylvania report on the state of education where about a third, I would say it's fair to say, about a third of the nation's children are below grade level when it comes to reading and math.
NBC
At
10
least a third.
yesterday said that he, one of the headlines was, Shapiro exudes charisma and leadership on statewide stage. Remember I said yesterday, this is the precursor for his presidential run, and that all the outlets are all hyping him up again.
Shapiro v. Vance 2028?
It's either Shapiro or Fetterman versus Vance.
Fetterman.
I think I'm joking, folks. Not a joke.
Fetterman, and again, I'm a hot take at 717, and I don't really mean it to be, but I'm just looking at his health, his size. Fetterman ain't long for this world. I really hate to say it, and I don't wish that on him, but he's not.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. Taft was president, and he couldn't fit in a bathtub.
We don't like big guys.
How about that for some presidential?
We like tall
historical
guys. It's not,
tidbits?
Yeah.
Well, he meets the height requirement, right?
Shrek.
6'7". Looks like if the presidency doesn't work out for Fetterman, Jack Link's jerky will probably need a new stuntman. and he'll be available.
We've been headlining for you Trump's shock and awe continues with his big late news conference last night saying the U.S. would take over and make over Gaza, and this morning Saudi Arabia rejecting Trump's Gaza takeover, makeover proposal, and then as well many immediate rebukes as the rest of the world kind of waking up to this and saying Trump said what? And then we also have word that most of those so-called U.S. aid employees, we've been talking about U.S. aid, will be put on leave. Nearly all employees overseas have been told to return to the United States immediately. We saw a lot of protests, and more protests are scheduled for today with regard to U.S. aid and those workers pretty much locked out. We also had some migrants deported to India on a U.S. military plane. So the Trump administration trying to say, hey, even our allies, even friendly countries, take back your people who came here illegally amidst this crackdown.
Yeah.
And Trump says he would even jail Americans in El Salvador in a heartbeat. Another headline is that Gavin Newsom, governor of California, gee, what happened to the California wildfires that we haven't even talked about? Think about this news cycle that takes your breath away.
They raised $100 million from that concert they did over the weekend. So I think the people are speaking, and I think it's a good thing.
There you go.
That's a great thing, maybe, so we don't have to pay for their mistakes that
They did a
perhaps had led to the
They did a
fires.
6-hour concert and raised a ton of money.
Wow.
So
Dawn does a 6-hour concert every day.
Yeah, I wish I could raise $100 million. But Newsom is heading to Washington, D.C. today to meet with Trump. And the final story, maybe we'll have fun with this with Bruno, so I'll mention it. If you want, I love Waffle House. We've talked about Waffle House.
Who doesn't?
So if you want eggs with your breakfast at Waffle House, you're going to pay a surcharge.
I saw this. Is it
50 cents extra.
Yeah.
Because the bird flu.
Hey guys, what about the cost of eggs? Remember?
Yeah.
Trump was going to bring that down.
Oh, here we go.
Here goes
I love
Greg.
sticking people.
Yeah.
it's now. Granted, I get it. It's the bird flu, but it's amazing all the nuance that's involved when Trump's in office. When it was Biden, it was all his fault, right? Wow, silence! I stunned you guys into silence with that take.
I was getting ready to throw cold water on.
I'm just thinking about Waffle House.
On deportations, and you out cold watered me. I was going to just mention, we're not going to have time to get into it, but what you were just saying, Dawn, with India, some of the ICE, the catchings, rounding up, the scooping up of all of the illegal immigrants, some of them are actually having to be re-released back into the United States. NBC News had a story yesterday because we just don't have the space in some of the detention facilities, so to speak. I don't know if people saw that story. So it's not a huge amount, but there is a percentage of individuals being let back out, sadly.
Well, Tom Homan was asked about that, and he said he would. I saw there was a question to him at some point because he's all over the airwaves, and I know he said he would look into it. But I'm curious about even the follow up on the car wash that the operation was conducted here.
Yeah. Where are those people at?
Well, it appears the statement on the ICE, website, if you will, that statement said that they were actually after the employer who they alleged was, quote unquote, taking advantage of illegals.
Right.
So are those the kind of people that the individuals, if they were being taken advantage of, but they said, no, I have my court date, I just don't, whatever, then I think they maybe are relocating people, but they're cracking down on employers.
And I'm not trying to drum up fear. I highly doubt. In fact, I would almost guarantee that those that are potentially or have been re-released into American society are not the criminals, the killers, the rapists.
Dr. Phelan McGroin on the YouTube chat says, Stalker, you sound like every lib out there. What is it, day 16? First of all, I'm not a liberal. Second of all, my liberal friends hate me, by the way, and refuse to acknowledge my presence in the car line sometimes, and that's the God's honest truth, because of what I do for a living. But okay, day 16, I agree with you, but like we're already making plans to take over Gaza, so I don't know. I'm thinking the price of eggs might be chump change. You know what I mean?
I would argue that to me, if you're asking what do I care more about, I care more about the cost of groceries than I do anything with Gaza. I mean, if you're sitting there and talking about like the biggest issues that Trump ran on versus what he said he would do versus what he'll accomplish, I mean, I would much rather invest all my eggs in the basket, pun intended, on getting the cost down at things like that versus wasting any energy on the Middle East. I mean, not to revisit the first hour, but.
And it's amazing to me. I just popped up Marco Rubio. I mean, the headlines with Rubio, and I'll just mention Marco Rubio.
Is this still the news? Are we still in the news? I mean, this isn't just a free-flowing segment. We have
let's just do the whole free flow the whole show. we didn't do a big take today. Sometimes the cut sheet's 2 hours.
There is a method to this, Dawn.
I say we just swing it.
if I were just going through the script and I didn't have 50 million interruptions, maybe.
Yeah.
Which I love. I love it.
Yeah. Sorry.
But we'll have more coming up with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, his announcements. But we got to talk about kitchen magic, as we talked about Waffle House and those eggs and making you a little hungry.
Yeah.
Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com today. Seriously, look through. I love the before and after photos. kitchenmagic.com. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. Experience, you can trust them. kitchenmagic.com. Doesn't that sound nice?
Yes.
kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you, and tell them the Kayal Company Live sent you.
Thank you very much, Dawn. By the way, Jimmy Kelly, since we're talking about eggs, I do need that on my board. I need
What?
John Kennedy from yesterday saying, I love omelets. I need that on my board as soon as possible.
What was his point? Because was he going to give a metaphor about omelets?
Sex is better, omelets are better than sex.
Omelets
Isn't
are
that what he
better
said?
than sex, yes.
Do we? Phil, you don't still have that from yesterday, do you?
That's an amazing clip. We're going to need that drop on the board. I don't even know that I need the sex part involved in it. I just like the I love omelets. And I love me some John Kennedy.
We're all hungry.
The Waffle House omelets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Waffle House.
I got all these
omelets.
tweets yesterday.
Grits.
You do realize John Kennedy voted for the spending bill. I'm like,
There it is. I see it, Phil. If you can grab it.
We have it.
Yeah, hang on. Phil's doing a good job.
Nice work out of Phil Almquist.
Yep.
Today in John Kennedy history. Omelet history.
It's going to take him a second.
It's in the hopper. Well, we'll get into it on the other side. That's fine. We have to get to Tulsi. We have to get to Bobby. We'll do that on the other side. And then the NFL story, which we will try to get in before Bruno. If not, we'll hit on that in the cut sheet because Bruno's going to join us for the cut sheet at 7:45. Back after this.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Boy, I guess. This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess. I'm Gary Barbera.
I'm Gary Barbera.
Hi, this is Chad Lewis. Go Birds! Chiefs, Chiefs.
Super Chief.
Barbera!
It's a stud.
Tell him, Brandon Graham. Boy, I guess. Go Birds! Boy, I guess.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, February 8th at noon. Find out about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 7:31. Live on a Wednesday. We will head down to Florida in 15 minutes. Not for Ron DeSantis, not for Rick Scott, not for Byron Donalds, not for Pam Bondi, not for Ashley Moody, but for Tony Bruno. He's going to join us 45 minutes earlier than usual. Tony Bruno participating in What's on the Cut Sheet. And we will find out what is on that thing coming up in just about 15 minutes. Mentioned Pam Bondi, 54-46. She's in. John Fetterman voting yes, the only Democrat to vote for Pam Bondi. But let's get to some of the bigger headliners that we've been tracking, because over the last week or so, all eyes have been on Kash Patel, still to come. Senate hearing confirmations underway and went through that process last week. For Patel, now we wait on the vote as far as him taking over the FBI for Christopher Wray. But yesterday we had Tulsi Gabbard and we had Bobby Kennedy. Tulsi Gabbard wins the committee vote in a big step for her position as National Intelligence Director. That tally was 9-8 along party lines. All Republicans voting yay, all Democrats voting no. And it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, honestly, Tulsi Gabbard, every single Democrat nay, really? I mean, what, because she switched parties? You loved her before. So she's in, and that will go to the next step. And then, of course, you have RFK Jr., and that also was a one-vote margin, 14-13. So now when you look at this and you examine everything from what feels like, because of the news being just so warp speed nonstop, it feels like the whole Matt Gaetz debacle. Doesn't that feel like it was 6 months ago? I mean, I don't even know how many days or weeks ago that was. So obviously he never got to a vote, and then in came Pam Bondi. But every single Trump selection that has gotten to a vote has gotten through. And I think we're going to end up with that. I think if Bobby got in, and obviously, you have Tulsi, she's going to get in. Kash Patel's odds, according to Polymarket and Kalshi, are higher than both Gabbard's and Kennedy's were. So I don't think that Patel will be an issue. And I think we're going to see a sweep across the board of every single person that Trump wanted, that reached a vote, that eventually will get in. And it's kind of wild to think about this when you think about the resistance, the pushback, the smearing, the Hegseth story that was out there. And once Pete got in, it really felt like, at least for me personally, my view was that everybody else would get in. This is going to be the second time that Donald Trump will not have to use a recess appointment.
Amazing.
Isn't that really remarkable?
Yeah.
When you think about the resistance and the pushback that the swamp and the rhinos and everybody that feels like, oh, no outsiders, no outsiders. And then you look at the historical nature of the usage of recess appointments of presidents just in my lifetime, from Ronald Reagan to the Bushes to the Clintons, Obama, Biden, Trump multiple times. I mean, some of these past presidents with multiple hundreds of recess appointments used, nobody's ever faced the staunch opposition that Donald Trump has faced, and he's not even going to have to resort to his last resort, his, if you want to call it, his get-out-of-jail-for-free card in his back pocket. Not going to have to use that. And then also, when you look at pardons, you compare pardons historically, Trump versus, his predecessors. Not even remotely close mathematically when you look at the history. Dawn, are you surprised that this, and I know it hasn't been, quote, a landslide, 14-13, 9-8 party lines. I mean, it's split almost right down the middle, razor thin. But are you surprised that we might see a unanimous across the board, quote, acceptance of the outsiders?
No. Do you guys listen to me? I told you.
Yes, I do.
I said this. I've said this all along.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You were with me on the fact that we didn't think Tulsi and RFK Jr. would get through.
Well,
Stop.
no.
Stop with the revisionist history.
No, I'm not. You're crazy. Here's the thing. I said what I said about RFK Jr. was that I was worried about him, but that he would end up being the health czar. But I never thought that he would have to use those.
So you don't think that he will officially get the NIH label, though? You think he's going to be Tom Homan to Kristi Noem?
No, I think
Tom Homan is not the secretary of.
He's the czar.
Right.
He was just appointed.
Right.
So my whole point is, you asked me about these specialty appointments, which I think. Look, you listen to John Thune and all of that. They don't like those, and I think Trump was never going to do that, which is why Trump put pressure on everybody to get it through. But after seeing what they did this week with, Pam Bondi flew through there, and now they, Tulsi and RFK have made it over those hurdles. I think that's important. So I think they're on their way effectively. So I think that, but I don't think Trump ever wanted to use the recess appointments. That was my point, Greg.
Oh, okay.
Not who you specifically asked me about recess appointments. I never thought that was happening.
Well,
because of the pushback on it.
Well, and that's not to say if Bobby gets that health czar label, like you're saying, but is not necessarily the NIH director or whatever the official title is, or HHS, Health and Human Services. Yes, it's not to say that he's out of the woods as far as criticism. I mean, we just saw yesterday, and I know it's coming up in the cut sheet, all of these people hooting and hollering that nobody elected Elon Musk.
It
and
was
what
beautiful.
role do you have? They're going to do this. They're going to do the same thing for Bobby.
They look crazy.
They did.
And they're going to keep doing the
100%.
same thing for Tom Homan.
They look like a bunch of nut jobs.
Yeah.
The ones that stand out. We just saw that in L.A. They were standing out on the freeway, waving Mexican flags and all that nonsense. That's what they look like. A bunch of lunatics screaming.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Ugh.
I was surprised whatchamacallit's wig didn't fall off yesterday.
Maxine.
Peach
Peach 45.
Oh, she's the worst.
God.
She's the worst.
Yeah. We'll get to that.
Talk about. She's up there in age. Term limits these people. Term limit these people.
I know. You'll hear all of it. We've got various clips. There's montages out there. A lot of good stuff coming up on the cut sheet. Bruno will join us at 7:45 or when we get to the cut sheet. Last story, though, before we do get to the cut sheet. I said it's a big day in the world of politics and sports where they blend together. We gave you the Riley Gaines story, really the, I would call the Title IX rewrite. Officially, it's an executive order coming down at 3 p.m. today from Donald Trump where he will sign the executive order banning men from women's sports. Also yesterday with the Super Bowl coming up, It appears that racism has been cured in the United States of America. The NFL was actually able to end racism before doctors could find a cure for cancer. Because coming up Sunday, when the Eagles and the Chiefs play on Fox in Super Bowl 59, for the first time in 4.5 years, you will not see the words "end racism"
thank God.
in the end zone of an NFL game.
I guess racism's over.
That's right. The Athletic, you see it on YouTube, NFL to remove "end racism" messaging in the end zone ahead of Super Bowl, according to sources. And that triggered guys like Keith Olbermann, who felt the need yesterday to say, if you are against ending racism and stopping racism, that must mean that you are for racism. F you and every one of your advertisers, says Keith Olbermann, as he tries to take on the NFL and their advertiser. Boycott the National Football League, because the reality is this, folks. We were all racist, and when we went to NFL games the last 4.5 years, seeing the words "end racism" cured it all. It was like, you know what? It was an epiphany. I didn't realize how racist I was until the NFL said we have to end it.
Thank you.
And put it on the back of a helmet. And you know what? It cured me. Just like that, I woke up and I was nice to people of all races, all religions, all genders, all sexual orientations and preferences. I was really in isolation. I never realized that I only hung out with straight white men that are of Catholic faith until the NFL told me it had to come to an end. And I thank them for that. They saved me on a deductible. I didn't have to see a counselor. I didn't have to use my insurance. The NFL curing things 24/7. But it is Black History Month. And on a serious note, I want to play this because the NFL and all the social justice messaging, again, you know what we're going to have coming up on Sunday? 2 national anthems. We are going to have the Black national anthem. The last time I looked, I thought the national anthem, the only national anthem that matters in the United States of America, is the one that we have traditionally always played. I thought that was meant for everybody, and that includes white and black and Hispanic and Asian. I didn't know that we needed multiple national anthems for multiple races. And I want to play what I believe, and if you're black, I can't tell you how to think. I only can tell you the way I think. But what Morgan Freeman said years ago for Black History Month, when he dunked on Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes, one of the most beautiful clips I have ever seen. Phil Lomquist, I was going to have this in the big take, but let's play it now. If we could just go down memory lane here for a moment.
Black History Month you find
ridiculous.
Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month?
Oh, come on.
What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? Well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman. You want to say, well, I know this white guy named Mike Wallace. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
An amazing clip. I never get tired of seeing that. And I play that because even though the NFL takes a good step in the right direction of eradicating social justice and political messaging, they then come back and double down. And this is a day after we just gave you the story from Morning Consult that showed Republicans are now back consuming the NFL the way they were prior to a 10% decline in ratings in 2016-2017 after the Colin Kaepernick social justice protest. So what does Roger Goodell do? What does he do to shoot his league in the foot again? He says, in a day and age when American corporations and institutions are ditching diversity, equity, and inclusion like never before, Roger Goodell doubles down and says DEI makes the NFL stronger and better.
We have the...
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to...
Follow up on Jason's question about your DEI efforts. In light of Trump's White House and many companies in corporate America dismantling DEI, how has that made the NFL more steadfast? Have you had feedback from owners, corporate partners, other entities in terms of how the NFL addresses its DEI policies?
Well, I think I've said it before, Jared, but listen, we got into diversity efforts because we felt it was the right thing for the National Football League. And we're going to continue to those efforts because we've not only convinced ourselves, I think we've proven ourselves that it does make the NFL better. So we're not in this because it's a trend to get in it or a trend to get out of it. Our efforts are fundamental in trying to attract the best possible talent into the National Football League, both on and off the field, as I said previously. And we see that. We see how it's benefited the National Football League. And so I think we'll continue those efforts. I think it's also clearly a reflection of our fan base and our communities and our players. And I think all of it is something, people talk a lot about the Rooney Rule. I don't know if that's your follow-up question. If it is, I'll stop and let you ask it.
No, keep going.
But the Rooney Rule for us is not, there's no requirement to hire a particular individual on basis of race or gender. It's simply on the basis of looking at a canvas of candidates that reflect our communities, and to look at the kind of talent that exists there, and then you make the best decision on who is hired. And so many of us, including the National Football League at our office, are doing that voluntarily at all levels because it has benefited us. And I hear that from companies on a global basis, is that that's a very strong hiring practice that we are adopting also.
Very strong hiring practice that most corporations are ditching. That's just more woke lip service from a commissioner who makes close to $40 million a year, who's trying to pander for a social credit score. Let me ask you something. How does diversity, equity, and inclusion lead to a better NFL product? Does anybody actually care on an NFL 53-man roster how many Asian players, black players, white players, Hispanic players, or any other gender, race, religion, or ethnicity are on your roster? If I told you you could win a Super Bowl with 53 Hispanic players, would anybody object? The answer is categorically no. Do we care if there's a female referee? I don't. You know why? Because the male referees suck as well. Honestly, how many times have we said, God, how did that ref miss that call? Is the NFL rigged? Are the Chiefs getting set up to win a three-peat because the fix is in? And also, as far as female broadcasters have been sideline reporters in the National Football League for 4 decades. Does anybody care about that? Does anybody say we need more men on the sidelines? I just look at, what does DEI have to do with a merit-based profession? The answer is nothing. Sports, you either can ball or you can't. And that's what they look at. They don't
on
even
the field.
Yes, they don't even care if you're a good person, right?
But in other subjective jobs, so in sports decides because it's not subjective. It's not who you like.
Right.
I mean, how many times have we talked about people who, dog killers, whatever, they're wife beaters.
Yep.
They get out on the field, people cheer, people boo. Their performance is right there. But in subjective jobs, is racism real? Is sexism, all the isms, take ageism, sexism, racism, whatever ism you want, is it real? Absolutely.
Sure.
Does DEI help solve it or deal with it? No, it actually makes it worse.
Bingo. Yep. Well said. 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno in the bullpen as the Phillies caravan has made it to Florida. So Bruno's hopping into his virtual caravan, and he's coming up to Philadelphia because he joins Kayal and Company next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears, and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Empty spaces, what are we living for? Abandoned places, I guess we know the score. On and on, does anybody know what we are looking for?
Looking for Tony Bruno. That's what we're looking for. And I believe we found him. It's Kayal and Company, 752. Hello, Mr. Bruno.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today here, where it's 72 degrees and sunny in Southwest Florida.
You know, we talk about making America great again, going back to the glory days and the glory years. If you're watching on YouTube, is there anything more glorious than the old starter jerseys that Tony Bruno is rocking today? Is that a Michael Lewis?
No, that's a Ricky Waters old school.
Waters. Wow.
For who? For who?
What?
For what?
Exactly. That was probably, and if I recall, so that was mid-'90s. That was about the first year that Jeffrey Lurie took over and what took us from Kelly to Midnight Green, correct?
I can't follow it because they change uniforms every 15 minutes in the NFL. So I love it. They're going to be wearing their midnight greens this weekend and the matching white pants. What the hell is this? If I want to see fashion, I'll watch the Grammys. No, I'll never watch the Grammys again. Anybody watching that? Actually, the bigger show has been the collection of politicians screaming in front of the U.S. Aid building. I know you guys played a couple clips of it, and I know the cut sheet better because, I live for the cut sheet is life. Football is life, but the cut sheet is life. And it's an honor to be invited. Be invited to come onto this program early to be involved in the world famous, often imitated, never duplicated cut sheet.
Cut sheet is life.
What? The cut sheet is life.
The cut sheet.
Yeah. All right. Let's start where Tony Bruno. So there was a protest yesterday of the Elon Musk's access to the Treasury Department. And boy, everybody was just so... Where do you want to start? We have Representative LaMonica McIver?
Yeah, she's from New Jersey.
New Jersey,
so
yeah.
she's another one. Yeah, she's another, other than Phil Murphy hiding an illegal immigrant in his attic. We have this beauty from... Does New Jersey have any people that we can any elected officials that we can look and say, wow, she's going to do great for the Garden State?
On second thought, Tony, maybe we just give New Jersey to the Palestinians.
Exactly right. I think we should take over New Jersey and gut Newark and build more golf courses up there. In fact, I can't wait to go to Trump Gaza and get a tea time.
Yeah. If you're driving right now on 95 or 76, you might want to turn the volume down a little bit because this woman is she's angry. She's angry, guys. Roll it, Phil. Roll it.
We will not take this. We will fight back.
Fight back.
And as I close out, because I know we've been out here for a long time, and goddamn it, shut down the Senate.
Yeah.
We are at war.
Yeah.
Anytime a person can pay $250 million into a campaign and they be given full access to the Department of Treasury of the United States of America, we are at war.
We're at war, guys.
So that is LaMonica McIver, not LaMonica Lewinsky or McIver, the TV show back from the 80s. By the way, she
represents the metroplex of Newark, Orange, and Jersey City.
Wow.
There.
Beautiful area.
I think Trump should take over Newark, as I mentioned before, and Jersey City.
Yes.
And then turn them into condos.
And you can see she's wearing the Sherelle Parker eyewear fashion. That's the Mayor of Philadelphia fashion line.
Lovely.
But here's my thing. Forget what she said. Because what she said is nonsense. Just look at the theatrics and the hysteria. This is the same playbook that they just utilized and failed on. You can't just yell and scream with zero substance and expect to win elections and get results. But that's fine. I want them to keep doing it. Please keep losing your mind and having meltdowns.
I don't. They look
That's
seriously.
fine.
They look like they should all be in a mental. I'm serious. What did I write in our group chat?
Bat-S
crazy.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, they made no sense. And Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, we have her. Don't worry, we have it all. We have
gosh,
it all.
like I was just thinking, whoo, this is where cray chicks go to die right here.
Yes.
And they think that doing this is getting more and more people to say, you know what, they're right. They're right.
I know.
By the way, a politician like this, or an elected official, a representative, saying we're at war. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, guys.
I mean, she legitimately sounded like she was ready to take to the streets.
Violent? Is she promoting violence?
I know. I mean, if that was a MAGA Republican, it would be insurrection.
Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Tony Bruno. This is I give you Representative Ayanna Pressley.
Another beauty.
Who said this?
with unprecedented organizing.
Can I just stop it for 1 second? Just stop it for 1 second, and then start it over. Can we back away from the microphone just a little bit?
Yeah.
Like, can I?
Yes.
Can we not do the screaming into the microphone?
Yeah, I agree. And when did she start looking like Steve Harvey?
I'm trying to do.
What are you doing?
At least she's not wearing a wig.
Hold on, folks.
Wig.
What?
Yep. Do us a favor, Stalker. Just back away from the mic, though, and just talk through it.
Thank you.
But
All right.
Greg,
Is that
needed-
Zioli's?
No, Zioli's is bigger than that.
I got one even bigger than that.
Your nose is bigger.
Too bad he has
I'll show
no.
you mine if you show me yours.
Phil, get the measuring tape out.
Too bad he has no foot. All right, let's
Priorities.
let's roll. Let's start over with Ayanna Pressley.
Oh my God.
With unprecedented organizing, mobilizing, agitating. We will see you in the courts, in Congress, in the streets. Elon Musk is a Nazi nepo baby.
Elon Musk is a Nazi nepo baby.
That was the perfect volume level.
Thank you.
That's
Nazi
the distance you need to
nutball
be.
baby.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but haven't we learned that calling people Nazis and calling somebody Hitler only works against you for your cause and your end goal and your mission statement politically? If nobody bought Trump as Hitler, they're certainly not buying Elon Musk as a Nazi. What was he, a Nepo baby? Is she called
Nazi
him?
nepo baby.
Nazi Nepo babies. I saw that on Shudder channel. I subscribed to that. It's got a lot of really good horror movies late at night.
Nazi
Shudder, great channel.
Then we have Chuck Schumer, who attempts to start a chant. And he's the I gotta say to my liberal friends, you guys need a better representation of your cause than Chucky Schmucky here, because he's the worst. Roll Chuck.
And we cannot allow Elon Musk and a small group of people to secretly, behind closed doors, take away our privacy, take away our dollars, take away everything we have. We are going to fight this fight. I am going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't.
Thank you, Chuck. I got my avocados from Florida, which grow down here, Chucky. And I got my Heineken.
Wow.
It actually isn't made in the Netherlands.
Look at you
just
bringing
like
props.
Corona is not made in
Mexico.
in Russia.
Yeah, it's made in
probably
Illinois.
is made in Russia. It's not. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I know.
Yeah.
It really is.
Is there anything more? Even Jon Stewart was ripping Chuck Schumer.
I know.
The guy's insane.
I know.
This is like when you were a kid and there's this group of kids who are not going to ever get chosen on your dodgeball team.
Yep.
That's the group right there.
100%. You are
Look at this.
100%. Yeah.
I'm ready for the Super Bowl. Chuck Schumer, if you want my avocados from Florida, you're going to have to pry them out of my cold, dead hands. In fact, why don't you call Donald Trump, Chuck, and get some propane so maybe you can turn your grill on for your Super Bowl party and not have raw hamburgers again.
I'm telling you, you're right. We so desperately need term limits. But again, if Chuck Schumer is going to stick around until he's 6 feet under, that's fine by me. They are so out of touch. I mean, honestly, what was remarkable the most to me about this past election is how quickly you realized that the Republicans are the younger, more diverse, technologically savvy party right now, and the Democrats are led by the Dianne Feinsteins, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers. It's like they didn't get the memo that 1998 left, and it's never coming back.
And by the way, this is led by the ultimate Karen. And I say that with absolutely no affection. Elizabeth Warren, who said this. Roll it.
Now, no one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
To nothing.
Not one Democrat in America voted for Elon Musk.
Can I hang on a second? Hang on a second. Stop this for a second. Is she trying to sound a little like, street? No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
She's also a moron because nobody voted for Kamala Harris to represent the Democrat Party in the 2024 election. So let's not talk about who has a job or who's been elevated to a role that an American did not vote for, because you basically put a shotgun to Joe Biden and tossed him in a dumpster and said, no, despite what you want, Democrats, Kamala Harris is the candidate now.
All right, let's start over the ultimate Karen.
Now, no one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
That's right.
Not one Democrat in America voted for Elon Musk.
Not one.
Not one Republican
Not one.
in
Not
America
one.
voted for Elon Musk.
I did. He was on the ballot down here.
In America
I wrote him
voted
in.
for Elon Musk. Not one libertarian in America voted for Elon Musk. Damn, not one vegetarian in America voted for Elon Musk. And yet, Elon Musk is seizing the power that belongs to the American people. We are here to fight back. We are here to fight back.
Fight back with what?
And then as Fashion Week continues, that was her plum Pocahontas Patagonia jacket. That costs a lot of money, by the way. And those jackets are expensive.
The plum was on a big sale.
By the way, Dawn, I don't know if you saw this, and maybe you can look at the headlines, but I had heard, and I don't believe the media, but I had heard that there were thousands, tens of thousands of people in this protest. Can that be right?
No.
No, I heard dozens.
No. I heard 19.
I did. I heard dozens. And somebody even said 100. There weren't. It was dozens. That's just it. It's just low energy.
Who actually, honest to God, who likes Liz Warren? How does she have a base?
She did when she used to, back in the day, she was good with being a watchdog as far as she had some good ideas with how to pay back student loan. It was so long ago, I can't remember. She did have some traction and following way back then. But she look at her. She looks like the crazy lady out in the corner.
She looks like my daughter's crossing guard.
Even Bernie Sanders guy wasn't crazy enough to go out with those nutcases yesterday.
Could you
even
imagine?
Bernie, he was sitting in his beach chair in Nantucket.
Yeah.
Bernie was joining up with Josh Hawley on a bipartisan bill to lower interest rates temporarily. That Trump idea to a 10%. To let us all catch up on our, 30% credit cards.
Could you imagine Liz Warren as a bus driver and losing her mind on a bunch of fifth graders?
No.
I'm going to start kicking some serious ass.
Meanwhile, you know why she's panicking, guys? Because everybody knows. I mean, they know that this U.S. aid thing is a scam. Now, they do some good things, but you got to give it up to little Marco Rubio because he's in charge of that agency. And so they hate the fact that all of their pet projects are now being exposed by Elon Musk. Why do they hate having the government audited? Why do they hate it?
Yeah.
Why?
The same group of the same party that wants to audit you with 87,000 IRS agents on your tax returns is now in their feelings because their slush fund got exposed. That's remarkable. By the way, Tony, let me read you some of these USAID numbers. Did you know $9 million in humanitarian aid to Syria that ended up in the hands of Al-Qaeda, $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq, $2 million for Moroccan pottery classes, and trade assistance to Ukraine so that they could pay for models to attend Fashion Week in New York, London, and Paris. and they're mad that we
But
found out about that.
To be fair, the Sesame Place in Iraq, a lot safer than the Sesame Place up there in
Langhorne.
In Langhorne, right out there where there's only one location, Route 1 in Langhorne.
By the way, can I just go on a Sesame Place rant for a second?
Absolutely.
They have that
Wait a
place.
minute, are they still there?
Oh, of course.
Are they still there?
That's I mean, they, it's $30 for a thing of popcorn in there. They have you. It's the biggest. You have to leave through the gift shop, and then there's plush toy that was made in China that cost them 16 cents to make is $60, and your 4-year-old goes, "Daddy, I can't leave without having this." Sorry, that's just my own. That's just my own problem.
Great rant.
Representative Jasmine Crockett.
Oh yeah,
she claimed
she's the one that says white supremacists are the ones who are causing all the crime.
This is cut 9. This is cut 9, Phil. If you will go.
I mean, this is very simple. We right now have a white supremacist that is sitting in the White House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever reason, they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy down physically. And now we have them tearing us down right here from within.
Imagine being so attractive, and she's very attractive, and being so hostile and angry. By the way, that was
Is she
on.
attractive?
I think she's. Yeah, she's. I think she's pretty.
Oh God,
yeah,
look at those eyelashes, man.
Ilhan Omar, ugly. Jasmine Crockett, pretty. There's your squad dem breakdown of hot and not.
And I hope we get to AOC because
we will. We will.
She is. Remember, she's going to be TikTok. She's going to be 39 years old. She turns 39 in October of 2028.
It should, Greg, it should be. Just real quick on the Crockett thing, that was on the Laura Coates show. 3,200 people in America watched that, but their audience just got quadrupled by playing on the cut sheet. How did nobody challenge her? Was Scott Jennings on a vacation day? Because if Scott Jennings was there, I would have.
Scott Jennings doesn't even waste his time going on the Laura Coates show. More people are watching Jim Acosta's podcast now from his basement.
Let's see. Where do you want to go here? Do you want to hear from Representative Brendan Boyle?
Locally.
Oh, with our good buddy Brendan Boyle, whose brother is the guy that busts up bars and they both get wasted, right? That Boyle family?
Yeah, I believe so.
No, he did. His brother did go in and trash a bar.
Yep.
That was on tape, Dawn, wasn't it?
Yes. But Brendan wasn't involved.
No, but his brother was.
He's the better brother.
He's the better brother?
He's the better Boyle.
I don't know. In Philadelphia, we always end up with the wrong brother. We had Jeremy Giambi instead of Jason Giambi, and we had the wrong Detmer.
Wow, there's some Philly sports knowledge for you, isn't there?
That's great, Ty Detmer. Now you're not getting this on Sports Channel.
That's true.
You're not getting this anywhere else.
No, you're probably sitting through a speed stick interview right
gamut.
now.
Oh man!
All right. Well, he was talking about the Trump's sweeping government changes. This is what he said locally here. Representative Brendan Boyle.
47 past the hour. Back to our breaking news this hour. Two sources familiar tell NBC News the White House is preparing an executive order to eliminate the Department of Education. One source says the order could come as soon as this month. The elimination of the Education Department would require congressional approval. With us now is Pennsylvania Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle. He's top Democrat on the House Budget Committee. Congressman, it's always a pleasure to see you. Just if we could what's your reaction to this news that the White House is seeking to eliminate the Department of Education?
It's extreme to the max. It's also par for the course for the last couple weeks. Absolutely no swing voter I interacted with in Pennsylvania voted for Donald Trump because they wanted to eliminate the entire Department of Education. They want government to work better. They want prices to come down. But no, Donald Trump has no mandate to do this whatsoever. Furthermore, what President Trump is attempting to do to USAID and to Treasury and now the Department of Education, he cannot do by fiat. He is not a king. If you were going to create or eliminate a federal department, you actually need both the approval of Congress as well as the president. So he can't do this, and we won't let him get away with it.
All right, yeah, Brendan, right.
There he is.
You're not going to let him get away with it. Thank.
I mean,
by the way, what is that? Did MSNBC relocate to Miami now to get the hell out of New Jersey too?
I mean,
that guy, the anchor there, is sitting in Miami.
Yeah.
Can you blame him?
No.
Would you want to be sitting up in North Jersey at the MSNBC complex in New York or in Miami?
Yeah.
Secaucus.
Secaucus.
What an armpit that is.
Yeah.
And by the way, Brendan Boyle, how about you worry about Olney and your neighborhood and with the education in Philadelphia in the public school systems instead of worrying about the unions who are making money from the Department of Education? What another crumb bum creep who does nothing for Philadelphia but goes out there and he's playing God. Win an election, punk.
Yeah.
You are a crumb creep lush. I can
You're
tell
a crumb
lush.
creep
Boyle
lush
family,
coward.
They are lush cowards. I can tell that they're lushes just by looking at them.
You're a coward.
Exactly. And by the way, the nation's report card came out. We're going to do a big take on the Department of Education tomorrow in all likelihood. The grades, I mean, 4th grade, 8th grade, math and reading, it's still a disaster post-COVID. There's been almost no rebound effect nationwide when you average and extrapolate it all out. I'm sure there are some pockets of success, but the pockets of failure probably outweigh it. I mean, our education is just, there's like a less than 1% chance, I think, that Trump could actually abolish the Department of Education. But man, if he could, how could you be against it at this point?
Think about any business. Think about any organization. If if we here at 1210 were, circling the drain with ratings and revenue, they would look at all of us and be like, okay, what can we change? What can we do better? What can we do? Like, government seems to be the only place where it can suck and nobody loses their job. Nothing is reorganized. Nothing happens.
And suck for 45 years.
Exactly.
The Department of Education was created in 1979, and we've gone downhill ever since.
Maybe
exactly.
I would say meteorologists, the weather people, and I'd say those two are my top two.
Unbelievable.
No, but you guys know. Look at our industry and how news departments and how radio stations and how entire staffs have been wiped out. What do? You go out and you try to find another job and you move on. But in the government, there's no accountability, and that's why government workers love working for the government because they think they cannot be fired, and they're mad. And again, I'm not saying all government workers are deadbeats, but I'm saying that the fact that people working in government, especially the politicians who get paid and then go in and make $175,000 a year and then have $20 million a couple of years later, that's the stuff we should be questioning because they work for us. And that's the bottom line.
And I do not despise or hate teachers. I think 99% of teachers do a really good job, but I don't like the politics of it. I don't like the Randy Weingardens. I don't like the union and the power play that they tried to pull during the pandemic.
It really pisses me off.
It does piss me off.
Thank you, Randy.
Just remember when everybody was, hoping for the demise of this radio station, every other radio station was cutting positions. We were becoming more live and local. So thank you very much.
That's because Greg took over like 10 people who left. So you kind of, Greg helped the curve.
And look what Greg's doing. Look at the whole mashpuka of people we have now on the morning show. I'm just a small part of it, but you're seeing the building of this morning dynasty, and I'm happy to be a small part of it.
Are we the Chiefs? Are we going for a 3-peat?
Wow, look at that. Tony Bruno, capitalist and corporate core. The legend that is Tony Bruno saying that is getting me all verklempt.
Yes.
All right, we have the AOC, right, Phil? This is AOC.
She's cute. She's very cute in this.
Do we want to play this with or without audio?
She's
why?
She does look adorable.
She says that Elon Musk is one of the most unintelligent billionaires I've ever met or seen.
Okay,
roll it.
This dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed. Which you can probably even glean that from watching these people on TV. Anyways. All of that is to say is that they don't do their homework. Clearly,
pause it for a second.
Putting
Pause it for a
19-year-olds in at the Treasury. This dude.
Pause it for a second. Dawn Stensland, quick question for you. She is wearing a very loose-fitting top.
Yes.
Usually.
Oh my.
Usually, and I went through this about 5 years ago. Usually, when women do that, it usually means they're trying to hide something, right?
Yes, I pointed this out yesterday. That's a great observation, Greg. I extrapolated that video all day yesterday in my extrapolation breakdown segment. But I suggest she looks pregnant.
Yep.
I believe her breasts are now swollen with milk. And I believe she's wearing that loose shirt. So she does it. You can see it in her face.
Yeah.
You know, women, when they get pregnant, they become prettier.
Yeah.
And her face is prettier. It's filling out. I think Elon Musk impregnated her. And now she's mad, and she's trying to get $1 billion out of him so that she could dump that ginger, that cuck ginger with her fake boyfriend.
Riley, that's the best take. That's the best take. We can all go home.
Riley, out of here. Good night, everybody.
She's having Elon's baby number 11. Baby number, right? That's just.
I'm telling you, those babies. You're right. When was the last time you saw a loose blouse like that? She doesn't have a bra on. And again, I'm not criticizing. I'm making an observation as a man who's seen many milk-gorged breasts as the dad of 3 children. Right. So I know what milk-gorged breasts. I saw them opening last week at the
Thank God we have a female on this show.
Honestly,
we would all be fired.
Get in here right now,
including me.
Get in here.
No, I thought the same when I saw her, and you're right. She has that glow. She has the look, and those puppies are plump, and they're just by the minute.
Yes, they are.
You know?
And when I saw that video, I immediately thought about Dawn Stenzel, and I said this:
"We want to hit that hard." That was a cooking segment.
Can you start that clip over? Because I
just run it on a loop.
I just
look how she laughs.
I want everybody to slow it down and just look at the loose fitting. Look at the loose fitting blouse.
Yep.
I'm telling you, this is. I'm on something. I got coffee, but I'm not on any. Whatever she's on, I don't want any of that. Okay.
Roll it again.
This dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed. Which, you know, you can probably even glean that from watching these people on TV.
That's a Kamala laugh.
Anyways, all of that is to say is that they don't do their homework. Clearly, like, they're putting 19-year-olds in at the Treasury. This dude is not smart. And the danger in the lack of intelligence and the lack of expertise that Elon has. I mean, this guy is one of the most morally vacant, but also just least knowledgeable about these systems that we really know of. But the point is that what that means is that they're going to hit a button inevitably. They are going to hit a button and things can go
sideways. There you go. Wow.
Hit a button. What button is that? Is that the panic button?
Is that the launch
code? Is that the milk button? Is that the give me more milk, mommy?
Is it the Diet Coke button on Trump's desk?
Exactly. Which button are they going to hit? The nuclear. Will she be carrying the nuclear football into the Superdome this weekend?
Well, according to your extrapolation, she's got 2 nukes under her shirt right now.
Yes, she does. Hey, baby, are those 200-pound bombs you got under that? Or are you just happy to see me?
But you know what the worst part is? Just to actually analyze the clip and what she's actually saying 9 minutes later.
Thank you, Kayal.
You're really going to sit there and question. And by the way, he didn't inherit any wealth. The guy legitimately became a billionaire through intelligence, hard work, the whole bit. And he's launching human beings into space. I don't think you're stupid if you're capable of doing that, right? I mean, when you think of all the politicians that we have in our elected offices, Republican or Democrat, she's probably in the lower 10 percentile in intelligence, if we're being honest.
No, I don't. I disagree with that.
You really?
She went to BU. If you have seen her in questioning and grilling people in some of those intense hearings.
So you think she's playing a character when she acts like ditzy?
Yep. Look at how giggly she gets.
Well, that was the Kamala giggle.
No.
You don't think so?
She totally knows that everybody's going to play this, and especially conservatives. Conservatives and Fox have made her the star that she is. Do not underestimate her. She is not stupid. Watch her in some of those, and this is why I'm a news nerd, but watch her in some of these, smaller Senate confirmation hearings even over the years. She's very quick. She's actually good in those types of things. But right now she's playing a role. And if you watch her, even when she says things about Elon Musk, she laughs like that because she knows what she's saying is going to go viral. She knows it's not true.
Well, she was doing that on Instagram. I mean, she's kind of like a social media sensation as far as politics go.
Yes.
Right?
And all of those.
But do you guys believe, Dawn, do you believe in any way, shape, or form that the Democratic Party wants her to be the face to help them climb out of this morass?
Listen.
Or more boobs or whatever more they have.
Hey, boobs are power. Those things are powerful.
Yeah,
all right?
Yeah, baby.
Seriously.
Hey, trust me.
They can feed an army.
That's right, baby.
Feed Gaza.
But I think, everybody talks about Josh Shapiro. Nobody talks about the power of AOC. And remember, it was Nancy. They underestimated AOC. They've always underestimated her. She beat out even Nancy Pelosi's choice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't underestimate her, and no one should, especially Josh Shapiro.
Okay,
in
so
2028, she will be. She's just turned 35, so she'll be old enough.
You're on to that. Okay, so let's put Shapiro to the side. So, Dawn...
I'd love to put Shapiro to the side.
I'd like to put him in the bathroom and leave him there.
Dawn keeps reviving him.
I know. That Montgomery County guy.
Well, he's a player, you got to, budget release.
All right, if Shapiro's out of the equation, let's boil it down to two. A higher likelihood of being the 2028 Democrat nominee for president, John Fetterman or AOC?
AOC.
Oh, 100% AOC.
I go Fetterman.
And think about the
guys. Dawn is correct. They're doubling down. They're not going to have learned anything. They're going to double down
I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Who gives the Democrats a better chance in 2028? Fetterman or AOC?
Remember the pendulum.
Because she's crazy.
Nick, remember the pendulum I told you about in 2024 is that when we go too far one way, the electorate corrects us. So we're going to go too far into the other way, according to the electorate, and they're going to correct us again. So I think we're going to go.
I would argue that the middle of America politically, the moderates on both sides, with the independents in the as the cream of the moderate Oreo, would far more resonate and gravitate towards Fetterman than AOC.
I'll just say this: if she is pregnant, she and Riley get married.
Riley,
she had her baby, right?
Yep.
Because think about what group the Democrats had overall. They have these, especially, African American women, white women in the suburbs that we've talked a lot about, and this women. Don't underestimate even the issue of abortion, birth control, as New York City. We're seeing all of that. So don't underestimate that. That issue is not dead.
Do you think if she is in fact pregnant, though, that's the reason why she's covering it up and not revealing it, because she's on the pro-abortion side? You think there's a political nature to her concealment if in fact she is concealing what she's carrying?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I really have no idea. Maybe they're going to
Because I think there's a lot of people that probably have that thought.
The thing about her, Dawn, when she's on a congressional panel, she's well rehearsed. She's reading from a script. She reads better than Chuck Schumer. I mean, she's well prepared. But then when she goes up against a Tom Homan, she gets absolutely owned. Mm-hmm. So I think she's good. She's not quick on her feet. I think she's well trained. She gets her script and she's able to stick to it and do the outrageous thing, sounding smart. But I don't think she's as smart as everybody thinks she. BU, I went to PU. All right, PU doesn't mean anything. I don't care where she went to school. She's a bartender. Yeah. And thinking now that I'm on parched because of this great cut sheet.
Yeah.
Can you make me a drink? I'll have a Perrier water.
Yeah, I could go for one myself.
Sandy, can I call her Sandy?
You can call her. Okay, you can call her whatever you want.
Call her Toots. I like when Red drops the Toots.
Don't underestimate her. And the other one I'll say is Marco Rubio.
Oh.
Marco Rubio. Nobody talks. He's doing a fantastic job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I say these two names because think about what's happening with our Hispanic population, which nobody saw that coming. That many in the Hispanic American community went for Trump. They're going to be by 2028. They're going to be a huge voting bloc, and so Marco Rubio, AOC, these names, these are the future of American politics.
Rubio's ears have a better chance than Rubio himself.
Wait, all right. So let's pause right here. Tony, we started the show this morning talking about Trump's press conference yesterday, talking about taking over Gaza. I want to get back into that with all of the audio plus the pushback from the press, but we should do that on the other side, Kayal.
I agree.
Okay, because I gotta get my avocados out, and maybe one lucky winner. Are we doing are we giving something away today?
We are.
How about you get
mystery music?
Yeah, we are.
I'm going to give away.
A weekend.
I'm going to show you how.
Bruno.
I'm going to give away an avocado from Florida to the lucky listener who is coming up later on the show. Maybe I'll give Phil one so he can have his Super Bowl party where he's not going to root for the Eagles or the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, and then we can have a Today in Superfood History segment. But you know what? You want to give something away, Bruno? You should autograph your Eagles Ricky Williams jersey, and we should give that away.
Ricky Waters.
Ricky Waters. I'm sorry, Ricky Williams. We should give that away for like the Travis Mannion Foundation and let somebody bid on that. I guarantee you we could drum up some good money for charity.
I agree with you, Nick.
Just a thought. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom, and we will be back after this. It's Kayal and Company, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Robert Half. I think AOC's brain is half empty. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Kayal and Company, as we continue. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit for when you are on the go. You can lease a Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. Shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:34 as we continue live on this Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Tony Bruno live from Florida. Bruno jumping on with us starting at 7:45 today for the cut sheet. And yes, you ain't seen nothing yet. We got a lot more to do with Bruno.
What did you tell me, or what did you ask me during the commercial break, Nick Kayal?
About the weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get apparently a lot of bad weather tonight, I guess, into the early wee hours of Thursday morning. I was hearing from an unnamed morning show host who never seems to be in the studio.
I've been talking about this for 2 days. I swear to God, I'm invisible.
Yeah, no. No, you're not.
I set you up.
Swear to God.
And we can hear you, too. We hear you loud and clear.
I set you up, Kayal.
I know, I like that.
I'm the invisible woman.
I'm a guy, a big proponent of coming into the office, but upon new information, I think I should do the show from my kitchen table tomorrow.
It'll be fine. It's like an inch of snow. You'll be fine.
I got a truck anyway.
Wait, we're getting snow in Philly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's supposed to start tonight between 10 and midnight.
Yeah, what are you getting down there? 67 and cloudy?
I'm getting up to 85 today. It's been 85 every day.
Oh, God.
85, ladies and gentlemen.
85.
Not 95. Not the 95. The great 95 that John Fetterman talked about.
Joe Biden.
On the 95. Remember the 95?
Yes.
The Eagles.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Everybody watching now, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. If you have not done so, what are you waiting for? Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. You can see Tony Bruno in his Ricky Waters throwback jersey from the 90s.
Maxine. Yeah, not Maxine Waters.
All right, let's, Tony, we started off the show. We skipped the big take because we just got so heated over the Trump's comments about taking over Gaza. Nick, for those tuning in late, if you want to kind of
Yeah, the whole world reacting to what Donald Trump said in regards to essentially, de-escalating all the bombs and all the possible explosions that are in the ground there, and basically turning this into another one of his business ventures of demolishing property and rebuilding it from scratch, because for hundreds of years now, it's just been an unstable region. And you've got people out there wondering whether he's just spitballing, whether this is a legit plan. We've got pro-America, anti-war, a lot of dynamics in play here.
Let's start here with Cut 19. Phil, we'll just kind of go through some of the stuff that was said later last night. Well, late to us. Late last night. Roll it.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different, just can't.
You know, I want to bring up a different layer to this. Let's just say for a second that he's serious, and this is, like Dawn said earlier, a first draft, and this is not just, whistling Dixie into the wind. So that's going to cost America. But to steal a line that Dawn steals from Zioli about lawyers, and they always get their cut in their vig, are you against this if America finds a way to make a profit off of doing so? I mean, I think maybe that should be thrown into the equation. I'm against foreign aid, but if America gets a cut and a kickback from the beneficiaries of what ultimately results in whatever Trump is creating.
First of all, he's saying clear the area. Like, you think Hamas is just going to go quietly?
Mr. Trump, bring your bulldozer in.
That's going to take military force to get them out of there.
Construction workers.
Yep.
And military working together. You're right.
Military force to get them out of there. And you think they're just going to say, oh, well, they're here. Oh, well, sorry.
No. First of all, you don't know that it's going to take military force. You don't know that.
Okay, yeah.
Because
Hamas is just going to, the Sharks have this land that we've been fighting over.
Here's the big thing about it, and they said this over and over. Hamas is gone. They're getting rid of Hamas, and that's part of the reason that I think they want to do, let's say, an evacuation to say we're going to do a renovation, because then they're going to blow up those tunnels underneath. All of those tunnels, the dungeons where they've been holding, remember they took the 251 hostages? They're going to get rid of all those tunnels. And that's really what I think, in part, this is all about. So they can never do this again, because this is where it's like in your lawn when you have like ground, whatever's digging down into the lawn, whether it's insects or little critters or whatever.
Or
you got to get rid of those, right? It's like Caddyshack, and so they're going to blow them up. That's what they're going to do. This is going to be a massive demolition of Gaza. But what they also do is they make it so that never again can they take 251 hostages, which is a whole lot of people, and hide them down in these caves
for a year and a half.
That's what this is about.
I equate this to the gallery project on East Market Street in Philadelphia. You build it, it's a disaster, kids are hanging out, they shut it down, they spend another couple $2 billion, and they rename it the Fashion District. Nobody goes there. Then they said, let's build an arena there. Then they waste billions of dollars, not billions, but millions of dollars trying to get a stadium built there, and then they give up. In other words, it's nothing that is ever going to work there.
I was told in the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. Are you saying that's not likely here, Tone?
I'm not saying I understand. Bibi wants to take out Hamas. And the thing that I agree about this, not whether or not, first of all, this is not going to happen in Trump's 4 years. It's not going to happen in 10 years. But I like the premise of you've got to try something different. You got to try something different. And remember, we've seen videos from that coast back in the day, when women weren't wearing hijabs and they were on the beaches, and it was a beautiful resort. And then, of course, unfortunately, the government was Hamas. Hamas are the terrorists that put the Palestinian people in harm's way by launching their bombs toward Israel from that area. So the only way you can stop it, and it's going to take a long time, and it's not just going to take our tax dollars, it's going to take it's going to take the Saudis. I mean, look what's happening in the UAE. Look at these countries that don't have water anywhere near them. They build water, they build oceans, they build skyscrapers, and then people want to go there. So I think this makes sense the only way you can fix it is to destroy it, clean it up, and then start fresh.
Okay, so
and the people, the Palestinians, they're going to have to go somewhere anyway. They can't live in a war zone.
I agree.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I agree that you have to do something different. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, and then you don't get them. But there's doing different things, or doing something different can be multiple things. Why is it that we have to bulldoze it, build there, send our people, send our money? What is so outlandish and wild? Because the one thing I love this country, but I hate the fact that we try to be the world police of everybody. Why don't we just let them deal with their problem? Israel, Hamas, Israel, Syria, Jews, Arabs. Let all of those other surrounding nations figure it out. And let's just take our foot off the gas pedal and say, you know what? It's your problem. You deal with it. If you're America first, then why is that?
But Nick, I think Trump just lit the fuse yesterday because nobody's thinking about this stuff. Right. You're absolutely right, Dawn. He's not saying, let's go in there and spend all of our money and rebuild. No, he's saying that and you mentioned it, all of the tunnel systems, all of that's got to be gutted.
Yep.
It's got to be, it's like the refineries over there near the airport. Remember, that was a toxic waste site. They gutted all that, they cleaned it out, and now they're going to build again. And so that's what you have to do. Obviously, the difference is that that's not a war zone, but it was a dangerous area. And so that's what they have to do. And I think Trump lit the fuse. And I don't think it's going to be the Americans. I think it's going to motivate all of those neighboring countries to say, hey, that's going to be a beautiful resort town. You've seen what it looked like before. So why can't it look like that again in 20, 30 years from now?
Let's play that to what Tony just said. This is cut 15, Phil. If you can grab 15, roll it.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. And it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
Look, I mean,
you have to learn from history. History has, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad.
Where do those people go in the meantime, Mr. President?
But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed, that live there now, can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about.
Shut up, Caitlin.
I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done. And people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much.
I mean, he's presenting it, I think, right there from two different angles. He's talking about stabilizing the region and getting peace, but he's also talking, and you heard the words a stake and the United States control. He's looking, and I trust him on this, if he's looked at it from every angle, from a piece of property perspective, I mean, that's Trump's wheelhouse, looking at property, assessing value, and saying, I want to build something, and I've had a history of doing it.
He knows real estate.
You guys are naive if you think that the terrorists in the Middle East are just going to say, yeah, sure, build a resort here.
Of course not. And they're not going to go away.
Of course not. They've got to be eradicated.
But
he wants to go in there and finish it.
Yep.
That's Bibi's goal. Finish it, clean it out. And then the Hamas people,
what about
Iran?
The
ones who are hurting the Palestinians.
What about Iran?
They're the ones. Hamas has to be eradicated.
Oh no! You think that if you think any of these Middle Eastern countries or any of these terrorist groups are just going to roll over and play dead, I mean, you're insane. Which is why I think
they're going to roll over and die.
You're like a dog. But this is why I think you're right. This isn't. So
that's going to finished. That's going to be troops coming in, right?
No, but this will never.
That are going to finish the job.
This would, if you go forward with this, will never reach completion during Trump's term. This won't reach completion probably during my lifetime, in my opinion.
But
I mean, Bruno's going to live longer than me. We've already established that.
Stop saying that. No,
I just want my house to be built. And by the way, the construction is well underway, and I will have. There'll be a Taj Mahal down here on Cape Coral. It will be. I'm going to have Trump build a little mini golf course in the back, a putting green, so that when Nick comes down and we have WPHT parties out overlooking the Gulf of America now, because I have a view of the Gulf of America now from the new house. And we've got the electricians, the rough-in electrical, we got the plumbing, we got the HVAC. That's what America wants to see, making Southwest Florida great again.
Yes.
Beautiful.
I mean, if this would come under U.S. control, or if the United States would have a stake in it, obviously the United States wants to benefit and profit from it. I can get on board with that if it becomes a net positive for us financially. But I'm not interested in just shelling out my dollars to create some resort for the premise and the notion of unbridled stability in the Middle East. And how long until a terrorist attack goes in and blows up everything that we build? This is a pipe dream, in my opinion.
Fox's
I think everybody's looking at this as a reality, and it's going to happen, and they're going to bring the bulldozers in next week. This is long term.
Yes.
This is Trump saying what we've been doing, what they've been doing. Israel's our only legit ally over there. And so the only way to stop this is to not do the same thing over and over again.
Bingo. These
That's
are
all
verbal.
I'm saying. I don't think he's ready to go in there and put a flag in it that says Trump Gaza. Somebody wrote Gaza land or Gaza. You get it?
Make Gaza
that area
great again?
will be renamed
Was Gaza ever great to begin with?
Magaza.
What Trump is good at is verbal bulldozers. So he's trying to take us through and say, we stuck our finger in here in the United States of America with the creation of Israel, then the War of 1967, then the Israeli government, the Jewish occupation, if you will, and it has been a nightmare back and forth. And so he's trying to verbally bulldoze the way people look at this region. And Iran this morning is saying they want to come to the table. And Iran is in a very weak point. Even though last night somebody said that, a reporter asked Trump that, and he said, oh, no, Iran is not weak.
No.
This is so when we just step back a minute and think about what Trump is trying to do here, and he's doing more than Biden could possibly do or his failed administration in 4 years, because Trump is getting the Middle East. He's trying to figure this out and trying to get everybody back to the table and try to restore peace to that area. And I believe that with this conversation, with those verbal bulldozers, if you will, last night, that he is succeeding in that, and that's the real goal.
I mean, if he can verbally bulldoze other nations into spending their money and their troops, that's fine. I just don't want to keep investing American assets and resources into a pointless, useless conflict that will go on until the earth explodes.
But what the Arab world and the Palestinians are peed off about is that Israeli occupation.
Sure.
So what Trump is proposing here, knowing that there will be a conversation and a negotiation, what he's saying really diplomatically to his dear friend and supporter, Bibi, is, Bibi, you guys got to get your soldiers out. And he's saying, we're willing to do this, knowing, of course, that they're not going to go for that. And that brings in that negotiation. And so now who will be there? UN? Will it be a combo deal with the Arab world coming in there? But at the end of the day, this is very delicate stuff, because right now it's Israeli occupation. And that just infuriates the Arab world, Iran, and brings forth these terrorists. He's trying to get rid of that and change the dynamic.
But I think you have to understand the players at stake here and what they represent. And I'm speaking specifically with Hamas and these terrorists.
Hamas is done.
You can't
They're obliterated. They're done, Nick.
No, they are not.
They're done.
ISIS, Al-Qaeda,
whatever.
All of these terrorist organizations. You can call them whatever you want. They all respawn like in a video game. They're all being trained from the day they were born to hate Western
Trump
society.
with his Moab, sure, we never talked back in his first administration when he did the Moab and his generals. We said, oh, what refugees? What? You remember that whole thing? Aleppo? Sure. It ended. He silenced them. He's going to do that with Hamas. We're not going to, and maybe in a few years we'll hear about another group, but Hamas, they're done. They're out of there.
We are aware that Trump won't live forever, right? Do we all realize
I don't know.
that? I know some people.
Somewhere.
I know some people think he created the heavens and the earth and he can walk on water and the whole thing. I get that those people exist, but I mean, you don't think. I mean, you saw Trump left office. What happened? The Middle East went to hell again. Mm-hmm. You can't negotiate with crazy. You can say, well, we struck a deal with the Abraham Accords and we had unbridled peace. You really don't think that these terrorists, the entire time that deal was struck, were plotting and waiting for the moment Trump left office
Yep, they
so
were.
that they could hang glide and paraglide in on October 7th and slaughter 1,200 Music Fest goers?
Yep.
This endless war of good versus evil, and the part where I say you can't negotiate with crazy. This is what's so crazy about this, and this is not against the Muslim community. This is against the radicalized extremist sector. They actually believe that their God Allah wants them to go and slaughter people. To me that sounds crazy.
Why do you think then that this is so urgent? Think about Trump and what he has accomplished in just a couple of weeks. Why do you think this is so urgent to him? The first person he has, the first world leader he has at the White House, they met all day. He held 2 different news conferences, by the way. And this is urgent to him because he knows he's not going to live forever. And this is a huge priority because it impacts the world, because even though he talks about drill, baby, drill, and that's all part of the vision here, that we can be energy independent, but at the same time, he knows that that part of the world is a critical part of the world as far as when you look at geopolitical power and when you think about energy and all of that. And so that's why early in his administration, this man has wasted no time in saying, we got to deal with the Middle East and figure something out.
Oh, I mean, he's done a fantastic job, in my opinion, so far.
It's a
for
breathtaking
17
pace.
days. It really is. But just one last final note. I agree with him and you, Dawn, on what he said about Iran. I don't think Iran is weak, and I think, do we have the clip of the assassination attempt?
This is
beautiful.
Awesome.
7. Yeah, this is cut 7, Phil, where he says he left instructions to obliterate Iran if they assassinate him.
I'm happy to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani.
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do, not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why, lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader, or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
I absolutely love that. That is one of my favorite Trump clips. That is peak FAFO personified right there. You mess with me or anybody in my cabinet and pull off an assassination, we will wipe you off the face of the earth. And that's not being pro-war. That's retaliation if you overstep your bounds, Iran. And I love that. Put the fear of God into them, because they are the ones bankrolling all the terrorist funding and training in all of these nations across the Middle East.
So this is him restoring his maximum pressure campaign that he did before on Iran. Their reaction to all of this, by the way, is that they said that U.S. concerns about Iran, I'm quoting here, developing nuclear weapons are not a complicated issue and could be resolved given Tehran's opposition to weapons of mass destruction, because he had talked about during the later news conference, as well as referring to what he just said, talked about the fact that they cannot have nuke power or possibilities. So the headline this morning, by the way, that you're waking up to is, yeah, Iran, they are ready to resolve disputes. That's the headline.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the goal that I believe
that's power
he was
right
after.
There, right?
And it's peace through strength, not weakness like we saw before.
Mm-hmm. I mean, think about when he shoots at full maximum power, whether it's Canada, Mexico, or Iran. We don't even get to the next calendar day before reports come out about, willing to negotiate. It really is remarkable. I give them a ton of credit for that. These leaders know not to mess around, which was not the case 6 weeks ago.
One more on this, on the Gaza thing. Fox's Trey Ying says it would not be surprising if Trump's Gaza comments torpedoed the ceasefire agreement. Roll it.
This is breaking news. President Trump says the United States will take over the Gaza Strip. He implied that it would turn ultimately into an international piece of land, indicating that all Palestinians would be displaced from Gaza and then resettled in other countries like Egypt and Jordan. Now, the Egyptians and the Jordanians have multiple times rejected this idea, but this was the clearest that President Trump has been since he started talking about Gaza in what his plans are in supporting the Israelis moving forward for what appears to be an idea to take Gaza from the Palestinians and give it to the Americans. All of this, again, is just coming in right now following remarks from President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at a joint press conference at the White House. And it raises massive questions about the possibility of American troops operating inside Gaza. It raises questions about what will happen to Palestinians. And it also raises huge questions about the current ceasefire agreement that is supposed to see the remaining hostages released from Gaza. There are dozens of living hostages inside the Gaza Strip right now being held by Hamas, the group that is currently in control of Gaza. And it would not be surprising if tomorrow Hamas threatens to step back from the current agreement or puts more pressure at the negotiating table. But the timing of these remarks is very significant, remembering that these hostages remain in Hamas captivity, and Palestinians being removed from Gaza has been a red line, not only for Hamas, but for regional countries, including Egypt, Jordan, and others, as it relates to the Palestinian people there.
I actually disagree.
Now, guys, that was last night, Nick. But the story this morning is Mike Waltz from Florida here, Trump's national security advisor. He says that Trump's proposal to, quote, take over Gaza is meant to pressure neighboring Arab nations to come up with their own solutions.
Good.
Who's been saying that?
This is.
Who's been saying that
That's
all morning?
That's what this is. Exactly.
Good. That's what I want.
Everybody thinks Trump's going to go over there and send bulldozers tomorrow. It's not going to happen for decades.
No, I just don't want us being involved anymore. I'm so done with the...
Nick, we're going to be involved.
Oh.
You know what I mean? That's like you saying you're not going to be involved with your mother-in-law. You know what I mean? Like, sorry.
Damn you, Stensland.
Come on.
All right, on that note, are we due for
By the
a
way,
break?
the only thing better than this never-ending cut sheet is the never-ending pasta bar.
Pasta bar
at Olive Garden.
What do you got a live read to do here?
No. I'm trying to think of never-ending things, the never-ending story, the never-ending cut sheet. What else is good?
Well, and also too, I don't think with Trump at the helm that Hamas will violate the ceasefire. I think they might be crazy, but they're not stupid. I think that could happen under a different leadership. Now, that doesn't mean that another third party wouldn't get involved and not take credit for it and claim that it was Hamas that did it, whether these other fringe radical groups that are out there, not named technically Hamas. But I can't see and this is just my view, anything Trump said in the last 24 hours in regards to this entire region, I don't think anything is going to resort in somebody violating it here. Because if they messed around, he's already told you what's going to happen.
Just remember what he's doing here, and this is really, really delicate and it's nuanced. But remember, when he talks about control, who has control that is going to have to give up some control? Israel. So that, to me, when Bibi Netanyahu was looking at him, he knows what Trump is doing. Israel controls a piece of the Gaza Strip, those northern borders, as well as the territorial waters and the airspace. And he mentioned Egypt. They have some control along the south. So think about what Trump is renegotiating the whole deal. And there are many in the Arab world who want that, and they want to loosen the grip of Israel, what they control. So there's a piece of this that Trump is saying to Bibi, hey, Bibi, I've got your back. You got to give up something in return.
855-839-1210. We legitimately have callers with a wide range of viewpoints on this.
Shocking.
Pro Nick, pro Dawn, pro AOC. We got everything here. Let's just start right at the top. Mark is in Philadelphia, and he says this is all part of the plan. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys. All right, I'm going to start off like I always do. I voted for Trump so I could talk this way. But I love your show. Now look, this is very disgusting. Like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I called you guys a long time ago, and I said this exactly. October 7th was planned. Please let me speak. October 7th was planned.
By who?
They let. So you mean to tell me Israel can shoot down hundreds of missiles, but they let terrorists fly in on gliders? This was planned. This was planned when Kushner got the $2 billion. This was planned, and Chris Cuomo pushed it off last night. Chris Murphy pushed it off today. Trump is joking. Trump doesn't mean it. Believe what he says. Like, the guy means it. He's a builder. Kushner even said that Gaza was a great real estate property. This is sickening.
Well, Mark,
really,
I don't think you're out of line by saying this was planned or allowed. I mean, there's a lot of people that believe 9/11 was allowed to happen to further a war in the middle. So you're not out of line by saying that, Mark.
Dude, it is really dude. When I heard Trump speak last night, dude, I don't cry, but I was so upset. And my wife's like, I can't believe you predicted it. I'm like, dude, I can't. This is sick. The Riviera of the Middle East. Are you kidding me? Like, come on, dude. You know you had this planned.
Wait, no, planned
this
as
is
in
planned. This is genocide.
They
killed. All right,
hold on one second. I want to get.
Is he saying Trump? Who's he saying planned it?
If everybody will let me speak, that's what I'm going to ask.
Trump,
Are you saying that Israel allowed it or Trump did?
Everybody.
Well, why would Trump do it when he's not in office? This was October 7th of 2023. Trump doesn't know that he's going to end up winning the election. And on July 13th, the guy might have died. So I don't know how you could sit there and say that. You're almost implying that this was collusion between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and perhaps other parties. Now, that I think is a little far-fetched. Could I see Israel? Your first point, if Israel can shoot out missiles from the sky, how can they not detect people flying in on a kite? Okay, I'm with you there. I don't know that, and this is not to defend Trump, but, I mean, that was a year and a half before Trump got elected. I mean, that would be next-level diabolical plotting, right? I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 18 minutes. Well, actually, I do. 855-839-1210.
By the way, my good buddy Hassan bin Sober on X at Tony Bruno Show, Mar a Gaza. So that's another name for the new resort, Mar a Gaza.
Is that
Mar-a-Lago?
Oh, is Italy jumping in now too?
No, it's Mar-a-Lago. And then it's Mar a Gaza.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick. We got to come up with these names.
Come on, Nick.
It's a bad job.
Come on, man.
Let me go to, let's go to Maryland. Not Maryland, but Maryland in Delaware. Hello, Maryland.
Hello. All right. Why don't we clean up our house
Amen.
before we worry about other houses?
Yep.
That's my whole thing. For 4 years, we had a wackadoodle that did absolutely nothing. I am from Kensington and worked at Kellis's and cried the last time I was down there.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're fighting all these people, and I get what Trump's saying. I really do. But in retrospect, how come everybody's worried about other houses before we're worried about fixing ours? And this wackadoodle that called before me? Talk, Nick.
Double wackadoodles, Maryland. We got 2 wackadoodles in one call. You want to go for the hat trick?
It's Wackadoodle Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wackadoodles are our best customers.
I agree.
Oh, I love you guys. But Nick,
Maryland, real quick, because we had Joe Conklin in here last Friday. Have you ever been in Kensington? Have you ever been to Chip Snapper's bar?
No, I could work the Pope now.
We need to get Maryland, I don't need your political views. I need you on the poll. How does that sound?
All right, listen. You and I have been going through this, but I'm just saying, no, in all honesty, the guy that called before me, he needs to, I'm really getting tired of all of us having to do other people's jobs by looking up shit that is true.
And there she goes. Now, Maryland.
Nick, now listen.
Maryland, now listen. We got to adhere to FCC rules here. All right?
Can't say that S word.
She is so riled up. She's riled up.
That's right.
She's right, though. I mean, like, we have to fix our own S word before we fix other people's X's.
I just want to remind everybody,
S-words.
all he did was talk. That's all
Exactly.
he did.
Agreed.
There's no money. There's no nothing. All the guy did was say a few words.
Everybody is, getting all bent out of shape about this. But we started the show at 6 a.m. by saying, we have to let this play out for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
We have no details. We have no anything. We just have words. And everybody's I'm just saying that we're not into. I'm not into nation building. I'm just not.
Yeah. I just built shows.
Okay.
And by the way, in 24 hours, there will be something else that's going to be earth-shattering that we'll be talking about.
Thank you, Don.
The news cycle used to be 3 days. Now the news cycle is every 3 hours something happens. Am I right?
Yes. Exactly.
Damn right. We can look. There's a lot of shows going on right now. We're doing a show. There's a show in the YouTube chat. There's a show with the callers. Let me grab one more here. Jonathan is in New Jersey. Hello, Jonathan.
Hey, just to make a few points. Number one, we already have people over there. According to The Guardian, the Associated Press, and other people, they're already American contractors under the current ceasefire deal that are taking over checkpoints, searching vehicles in and out of Gaza. And that scares the crap out of me, along with the statements of the president, because I served 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I have friends that are horribly screwed up from the last 2 wars we fought there.
Yeah.
And this is just like them trying to drag us in, like the Ukrainians dragging us into their own mess. And I'm tired of me and my brothers and sisters having to go die or fight people over crap that's not even ours.
Yeah.
I support Israel and all that stuff, but this is ridiculous. We cannot do this. We cannot play these games with these people anymore. Let them fight it out themselves. They want to fight each other. They don't want to make a deal. Why does my tax dollars and my brothers and sisters have to go fight for them?
Amen, Jonathan. I agree. And we have our vet spotlight coming up in about 20 minutes, and we'll talk to.
And you can hate on. Listen, Trump is the most anti-war former Democrat you'll ever see. He is not a guy who wants to start wars. He wants to end them. And so I don't think he's doing this to get us into an all-out Middle East war. I think he wants to get them involved in their own problems so that he threw this little nugget out to get everybody talking about it. That's all. Saudi Arabia may get involved, and they like to build stuff. Go look all over the Middle East where, all these UAEs and all these other amazing islands where there's no water, and they're building cruise ships in the middle of the desert. So I think that Trump is trying to light the fuse and then let everybody figure it out. But by tomorrow morning at this time, something else is going to happen, and then we'll be talking about that. There'll be another protest.
You should have seen our group text last night. We were just like, what? Like, we just throw the show sheet out. This is
awesome. Yeah, exactly.
This is what we're going to do.
Toss them in the fireplace.
We need to send troops. We need to send troops into Philadelphia where 2 13-year-old carjackers were in the back alley. Have you seen this story? Steve Keely's all over it. A vehicle owner with a permit to carry conceal got into a shootout with 2 13-year-olds.
The hell was
That's
Steve
what's
Keely.
happening in
Dawn
Philadelphia.
was all
We're
over
worrying
it.
about Gaza.
Yeah.
What's going on in our city, the city of Philadelphia, where I still own a home, by the way. So when people say, you're in Florida, what do you talk about Philly? Because I'm still a taxpayer there.
That's right. If you're a taxpayer, then you're here.
And just to reiterate when we talk about this deal, because I know everybody's saying, well, look what Trump did with Canada and Mexico. Getting Justin Trudeau and Claudia Sheinbaum to bend the knee is a little easier than getting Hamas to pay attention.
Before you go back to the calls, Nick, can I just play? So Trump reacted to you mentioned yesterday Joe Biden signing with the talent agency CAA.
Big guy going Hollywood.
Yeah. He reacted to Peter Ducey or Steve Ducey, Peter Ducey. I don't know, whatever.
The
Ducey.
kid's Peter.
Yeah, Peter Ducey telling him that yesterday.
Many times. What do you think about Joe Biden signing on with a talent agency?
You got to be kidding. He signed on with a talent agency?
Yes, he's got some entertainment agents now.
I think he's got bigger problems than that.
I agree.
I think he's got much bigger problems than that, but I wish him well. We inherited a mess. This place is a mess, but it's quickly being solved, the problem. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, let's go.
It's like what I inherited at 1210.
Well, there you go. you're the Trump brand manager of 1210.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, too, I know people were. I actually had this on the show sheet for yesterday. Surprising, we never got to it. But I mean, CAA. I mean, maybe there's a ghostwriter for a book for Joe. I mean, what's he going to end up doing? Like an Aviator Shades commercial, a Mustang commercial, a muscle car? Like really? I mean, and Trump knows. Trump's Hollywood. Trump is entertainment. You know, the Apprentice, the whole thing with NBC. Ain't nobody gonna hide. Joe can't memorize his lines in the White House. He's gonna end up with a movie screen.
What could he possibly be doing with his talent agency?
I don't know.
Dr. Jill wants to make some.
Yeah, thank you.
Were they rebooting Hondo?
Dawn is correct. This is all Jill.
Jill's like, I need more money. I need my slush fund dried up. We're gonna send Hunter around the globe. Start using the family influence. Amy's in Quakertown. She's up next. Hello, Amy.
Hi, good morning. I listen to, my husband listens to the show all the time, and we were driving listening, and the lady called in from, I guess it was Kensington, and the guy before her was all worried about what Trump's going to do. He's a Trump voter, but he went off, and it was pre-planned and all that. Trump is a calculated man. We voted for Trump. I voted for Trump. I'm a Trumpaholic, and I just love watching what he's going to do. But we have to sit back and watch him work. He's calculated. He knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to fix things here at home and abroad. And if we don't get that settled, he knows it's always going to be something that we're going to have to deal with. And I think his idea is great.
Oh, and don't get it twisted. I have faith. I mean, look, you look at it's not blind faith. It's not loyalist, just rolling with whatever he says. I mean, he showed in 2018 with the Abraham Accords that he could get things done in the Middle East. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm well above 50-50 that it will work out. I just don't want to get to the point, because what I have been saying is I'm done with Russia, Ukraine. I'm done with the Middle East under the past administration. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite and then be all on board with war in the Middle East just because my guy's calling the shots now. That's all I'm saying.
Amy, voice of reason.
I don't want any wars.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like radio wars, but those dried up a few years ago.
Yeah. There's nobody even cares enough to have a radio war anymore.
No.
Nobody's left.
That's right. We'll send Crossing Broad to Gaza. Get out.
All right, we should break here, guys.
All right. Coming up next, we will get to a big three from Dawn. And then at the bottom of the hour, we have our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation. United States Marine Corps veteran Joey Fay will be with us for a couple of minutes. Today in music history, our movie clip for the $50 Gallows gift card, and a whole lot more. And we'll say goodbye to Bruno in the big three, and we'll do that coming up after this. Stay right there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma. where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Looking for a great place for dinner, lunch? Need a great space for your next event? Gallows in Northeast Philly is it. Delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Need a place to watch Philly sports? Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger and the shrimp mac and cheese. Tremendous. For quality, variety, and value, visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. GallowsandBurgerBar.com. Order your game day party tray now and go Birds.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company 921 as we roll on. What a today's not Friday, it's Wednesday. I was going to say what a Friday.
Feels like a Friday. Energy off the charts. The stories just don't stop. The news always breaking and developing. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa, where you can get rewards with the biggest deal of the year. But take advantage of it before it's gone. Redeem bonus offers for $1 hot coffees. That sounds good right about now. A $2 iced coffee, right in my wheelhouse. And a $3 Monster Energy every day, maybe after a nap. As many times as you want, now through February 16th. All right, Tony Bruno's with us for a few more minutes from Florida, and we will riff and react to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:22.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Let's begin with New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, because Tom Homan is threatening to seek prosecution against the governor and the governor's alleged guest over his garage that we've been talking about all week. But everybody's been talking about this, and Murphy and his spokespeople kind of do backtracking on that earlier statement that we've been talking about.
The gov got a little loose with the lips, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to do damage control mode.
Amen.
Yeah.
Tony, don't you think he did this for attention? Don't you think Phil Murphy did it just to...
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. He was sitting somewhere. It looked like there was a trap door. Or was he's being interviewed by this woman.
Yeah.
In a low-energy podcast.
Then he starts...
Yeah.
What was that called?
Trapdoor.
It was some.
I
it
said
was some
a
low
low-energy
energy
podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, low energy podcast. I've never done a low energy podcast.
That's true.
Or any shows. So he's out there. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy that walks around drunk in casinos at 3 o'clock in the morning in New Jersey, while looking like a ragged, crumb creep coward that he is. And so, I guess he didn't realize that clip would be broadcast everywhere. And so he's getting destroyed nationally.
Yep.
And so what happens now, they got to walk it back, because you know what? There's going to be one of these mayors or governors or people talking trash and allowing all these people to protest, which they have a right to do as long as they don't block traffic or push people around. There's going to be somebody that's going to be arrested. And that person is going to be the face of why these morons in these sanctuary cities are going to have to change their tune. Wouldn't you love to see Murphy handcuffed and dragged out just like he did to the people at the gyms that were trying to open up during the pandemic?
Thank you.
Remember what he did to people? The Attila's gym, remember those guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember what he did? He had the cops going there every day and shutting it down and putting up plywood.
Mm-hmm.
I want him in plywood. I want Phil Murphy dragged out on his drunken ass and thrown into the slammer in Trenton.
By the way,
I want to see his ass with a Trenton fiddle. makes. Exactly.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying about Phil Murphy, because I despise him. But don't you think it would make him more of like a martyr and a heroic figure to the left?
Oh, to the far left, yes. I mean, this would be threats to democracy. This would be dictator on day one. Didn't we tell you he was going to do this?
Yeah.
I want to see Tom Homan go into his house in Trenton and go up into the attic. And not just find out an illegal immigrant living up there who's probably his maid, who he's banging on the side.
Well, we don't know that.
And then he finds out the whole bit, It could be another nanny situation.
Well, it is WrestleMania season, Tone. And as a booker of matches, I want Tom Homan and Phil Murphy in a migrant on a pole match.
Oh my God!
On Saturday night one of WrestleMania.
Lord, man, we need.
I want a suitcase hanging up. What's the one where they got to climb up and get the suitcase?
Yeah, that's the
money?
Money in the Bank briefcase.
Money in the Bank briefcase. That's it.
Nine people know what we just said.
By the way, all of this is alleged. We're just we don't know any of this.
What's alleged?
That he's banging.
I'm just saying that.
I speculated that yesterday that there could be. I don't have any proof.
Let's go
to back
back to our responsible Emmy award-winning journalist, Dawn Stensland.
I'm sorry, Dawn.
No, don't be sorry.
Dawn's like, did I really sign up for this? Greg, after further review.
It's hard to pick and choose the stories. We haven't talked much about Elon Musk.
This is Dawn. I can't come in today or any other day in the future. So, thank you and good night.
What was that? What are we on a Delta Airlines flight?
Woo!
Greg, you would make a great stewardess.
Thank you.
Flight attendant.
Captain speaking.
I do have the legs for
Captain over.
Thank you.
Captain under.
The cockpit is on fire. I repeat, the cockpit is on fire. Abort.
Captain Tony. So the big focus, we've talked about Elon Musk shaking things up. They're calling him the techno king and saying that how could Musk, unelected, dismantle the government, shaking the foundations of our nation, etc. So now what they're going after, and Caroline Levitt, we heard it this week, is they're going after the legality of Elon Musk's job. So I think they've been throwing spaghetti at the wall. They've been trying to see what sticks. So Elon, because he's a special employee, as he is trying to clear things out, but now lawmakers, and this is a growing movement, even with some Republicans reportedly saying that Musk is not allowed to, that he's overreaching, if you will. And this has to do with the shrinking of the government size with Elon Musk and Doge. And so this is just something I want to put on your radar. We haven't really talked about this, but we've talked this morning, obviously, about tomorrow, TikTok, the federal government, February 6th, 20,000 plus employees signing on to the deal that we've talked about for 1 week ago today. You know, they're being offered this buyout. And then on top of it, now going after offering basically the same thing to the CIA to try to shrink government there. So what is the legality of being a special employee? I guess he'd be 130 days. That's his timeline. That we've talked a little bit, but just want to put that on your radar that's one of the big stories this morning. And then number 3, I guess you want me to talk about the winter weather advisory, or do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, the weather would be fine.
Weather.
Yeah.
Tony can rub it in about the fact that it's gonna be 85. And,
No, I'm not. That's not my style.
Right. So the winter weather advisory goes into effect 11 o'clock tonight and lasts through 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's going to be ugly. For most of us, it's going to be this rain-snow mix.
By the way, I expect all of you in here bright and early.
Yeah, the one thing I hate, I mean, give me I said it yesterday, give me a nice 6-incher or give me nothing.
Well, that's what she said.
He's a wanker.
I always feel like Dora the Explorer, like with the. He said 6 inches.
Fobbed off.
Bink, bink. You know, like the
6 to 8 has always been. I doing weather and traffic in Philly all those years.
Yeah.
Women always got excited when they heard 6 to 8 inches.
Right.
They always.
I mean, let's be honest, right?
Right. Yeah.
Always.
It's back in your 12.
And some men too. I don't want to leave the men out.
No.
Some men also felt that way.
I mean, exactly. I mean, back in your 1210 WCAU days, and yes, nowadays the men be, they could be seeking 6 to 8.
Mayor Pete.
No, I don't know.
And guys,
Who they jets?
as Frank Kurt said in those commercials, and guys, she'll like it too.
Oh boy! All right.
Whew. So that's tomorrow. It will heat up to the mid 40s.
Oh, nice.
Tomorrow. That's the high. So we're really just looking at the morning commute that will be messy, and then for your Friday, partly sunny, breezy, a balmy high of 45 degrees, just like. Well, Tony Bruno and Ms. Robin have what? You're at 85, so you're 40 degrees bigger than us.
Yeah, take that, Bruno. 45 tomorrow, pal.
45.
Yeah.
Big 3.
Big 3.
You know what? When it got to be 50 in Philly, when I was, as we got closer to spring, that's when you bust out the flip flops and the shorts.
Yeah.
50
I will
degrees,
be wearing
it's
the
time
flips
to go
again.
outside, baby.
Yeah. I'll have the flip flops back on by St. Patty's Day. All right, that's it for Bruno. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Tony.
You're extended.
Good night, everybody.
Captain
And
Tony.
I don't know about you, as Joe Biden once said, but I'm going to go to bed right now.
As Joe would say.
All right. God save the Queen, man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There
God
it
save
is.
the Queen.
Tony Bruno from Florida.
Amen,
Coming
brother.
up next, we will have our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation. United States Marine Corps vet Joey Fay will be with us, who has military area building experience and could very well be involved in California's
recovery efforts, and I'm sure he's got some thoughts on maybe what Trump would do in the Middle East. So this is a very good spot, and we'll do it coming up next here on Kayal and Company.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help, like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, 936, Kayal and Company. It has been a whirlwind Wednesday as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And it is now time for our Window Nation 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com as we have Joey Fay with us in studio. As you see him there in the Eagles camo jersey, the Brian Dawkins one. Great selection, by the way. He is our United States Marine Corps veteran that we will spotlight today. And to his right is the sales manager of the Philadelphia area, Delaware Valley Market, Window Nation. We have Victor with us as well. We're going to talk to both of these individuals. Gentlemen, how are we feeling this morning?
Go Birds.
Go Birds. You're all fired up for the Super Bowl. I love it. You're actually the perfect vet to come in this morning because of everything that's going on in the news over in the Middle East with what Trump talked about, and we're going to get to your journey in a moment. But you were telling Greg and I during the breakout in the lobby that you could very well be involved eventually in some of these rebuild efforts from a military/construction standpoint. We'll get to the Middle East in a moment and what Trump is kind of floating out there, but you might be heading out to the West Coast in California.
Yeah, we're actually trying to. So, given that we're in the construction industry and we're a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business at MCFA, some of the project management and capital construction that we do and involves this kind of work. And right now, we're trying to piece together a network of veteran-owned small businesses who can deploy to support what's happening in California, because this is unlike anything I've ever seen. Even
Sure.
Katrina and other things. The California rebuild is going to be years, and in our mind, it takes sort of that military mindset to deploy into those sites, create a command and operations center, and run everything out of that until you compare that back. That's what we do when we go overseas. I think that's what's called for right now in California, and we're trying to build that through our network of veteran-owned businesses.
If people are listening that can assist in any way, is there a way in order from a humanitarian standpoint, how can people reach out to you? Is there a email address that you can give? Are you on social media? I mean, I'm assuming it's kind of all hands on deck, probably.
Yeah, I'm not hard to find. www.mcfaglobal.com is our website.
mcfaglobal.com.
You can find me there. We're putting together the shell of what we think it would take to deploy into California and support the local agencies, state, local, federal, and even some of the NGOs. And we just think we have this very good network of SDVOSBs out there that know what it takes to deploy to do something, not just to go to work 9 to 5, but actually show up, live in a tent if you have to, until the job is done.
What would that look like based on your expertise, not only from the military, but with what you're talking about here and what you're trying to achieve for people in California? What would that look like in the Middle East, in Gaza, if Trump says, okay, we're going to go in there, we're going to basically demolish everything, build it from scratch, and try to turn it into Dubai 2.0?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic because it's not unlike certain things that USAID has done with the military, in conjunction. But it's probably, if the military were going to lead something like that, it would take a lot of civil and military support. There's a thing we do here in the United States called DISCA, which is Defense in Support of Civil Authorities. DISCA operations are basically the military creating a base, providing the protection, and allowing the local and civil authorities to do what they have to do. If that were to take place in Gaza, it would be really interesting. I know we have the resources to do it. How the international theater would respond to that, it's getting hard to keep up with all the ideas coming out of this new administration.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly could do it. America can do anything.
Yes, I agree.
But how the world would respond to that is an interesting conundrum. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. But
Yes.
if they called on me, I'd go help do it.
There you go. Joey Fay with us, United States Marine Corps vet. He is our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight for the first Wednesday of the month of February. You're a Whitpain Township guy, Bluebell, PA guy. You have a wife, you have daughters, so we have three things in common.
Yeah.
We'll throw in a fourth here. We both have to deal with the potholes on DeKalb Pike, so one day we'll go drinking one day and talk about all of our issues. But on a serious note, you served this country active duty until 2009, so you've been out of it, from active standpoint for 15, 16 years. Tell us what kind of led you down that path. I ask all of our guests this. Was it a call of duty in action? Was it something in the news? Was it a family thing? Is this a family legacy? How did you get involved in serving our country?
there is a family legacy there, but I will admit that a lot of it has to do with being a child of the 80s and loving Rambo and loving Commando. And
it's
loving,
like Greg Stocker.
Amen.
Yeah.
I mean, I had the Marine Corps poster over my bed when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to be that guy, with the knife and the rope and so, I found out later how much it is really a team sport, and those Rambos are really non-existent. But the Marine Corps is in my family. My grandfather fought in World War II. His name was Richard Joseph Fay. That's my name. I never met him. He died of cancer, probably from them making him watch the Bikini Island testings. So I never got to meet him, but all his Marine Corps uniforms had my name on it. And so I grew up with that in the back of my mind. My uncle was the crew chief for HMX-1. In fact, he told me a lot about that flight path that created that incident recently and how difficult it is to fly through that area.
Mhm.
HMX-1 crews do it all the time. So I was inspired by my grandfather and my uncle, and of course, all the great movies in the 80s.
Yeah. So you get done, you're seeking your professional career, family life, settling down, and then you end up getting involved with Travis Manion Foundation. What was it that led you to TMF? Because there's many organizations out there, and I love working with them, going up there to the office in Doylestown, Bucks County. They've been great. Our foundation, our radiothon coming up in just about 6.5 weeks. What led you into this endeavor?
I think one of the great things about going to the Naval Academy and being in the military is having the chance to walk with heroes and get to know them and be inspired by them. And I met Travis at the Naval Academy. We served in the Marines together. We trained together right before his last deployment. He wasn't my best friend. He was someone I knew and someone who I thought was a really tough SOB.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he signed up to go back with a MIT team, which if anybody wants to Google what a MIT team is, it's a very dangerous thing to do. He did it. And then the actions that he did in country were so inspiring to me that he was killed in 2007 and I was getting out in 2009. And at that time, his family was just kind of coming up with this foundation. And his father, Tom Manion, also a Marine, was running for Congress. And I just said to my wife, she's from Lansdale, I said, can we move close to Doylestown so that I can support Tom's run for Congress and get to know what the Travis Manion Foundation is? So we moved there. I had no job and no idea what I was doing. But I supported that foundation, and everything that's happened to me since then has been born of that choice.
We've got Victor here as well, sales manager here for the Philadelphia region, the Delaware Valley market. What is it? Because, without your sponsorship, we're not talking to guys like Joey on a monthly basis. What is it that, gravitates and pulls you guys in to something like TMF and highlighting these vets?
Sure. Yeah. Good to be here, by the way, everyone.
It's great to see you again.
Yeah. Thank you. The veterans sacrifice so much for the country, so supporting them is not just a responsibility, it's an honor, is how we look at it at the company. So, at the end of the day, we're committed to using our resources to improve the lives of of those who serve, like yourself, Joe. So, especially here in Philadelphia, we focused a lot on the veterans initiatives and our outreaches. So, at the end of the day, it's more than just windows, right? It's about giving back in a way that truly impacts the vets and everyday lives.
And if veterans are in the market for their own home for windows, you guys take care of them as well.
Absolutely. Home should be a place of security and comfort, and many veterans face challenges in maintaining their homes after service, and that's something that we step up and take care of.
By the way, JK13 on the YouTube chat, Nick, says Joey inspires every team he coaches. Are you also a coach?
I'm not a coach.
No, not you.
Yeah, I coach in whip pain. Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to get Nick to let me coach his daughters in tumbling, even though I don't know how to tumble.
Trust me, if you want to coach them for less than $1,200 a month, we'll switch academies right now.
Can I come back when you talk about club sports?
Yeah, I'm sad.
I didn't realize Joey follows us on Twitter and tweets along with the show.
He enjoyed the give me 6 inches or give me nothing yesterday.
Yeah, I heard that.
Most people appreciate my my humor.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that tweet. I appreciate that.
Now, obviously, you're a big sports guy. I can tell. Eagles on Sunday. Let's go off script here a little bit. Give me a prediction.
Well, real quick, let me just say thank you to Window Nation.
Sure.
And also, since I heard you're a Giants fan, thank you for Saquon Barkley.
You're a Giants fan? All right, we're done with you. But thanks for Barkley, though.
You should go to Window Nation anyway.
Yeah, no problem at all. So, you're very welcome.
But we do appreciate your sponsorship of this. The Travis Manion Foundation is awesome. It helps vets like me all the time. And then as far as the Eagles go, I say this all the time. I believe in it. Defense wins championships.
Yep.
Our defense is awesome.
Yep.
I think Hurts is going to show up. I think Barkley's going to show up. I know the O-line is going to show up.
Yep.
But the defense is going to win this.
Mm-hmm. Get after Patty and beat him down.
Yeah.
I like it. Lastly, because I see you're a Penn State grad, you got your bachelor's there. Condolences on that. Sorry, I'm a Temple guy. But I'm also a James Franklin realist. You guys ever going to win a championship with that guy or what?
Well, let me make a correction, okay? As much as I wanted to play for Penn State, I went to the Naval Academy. I played football at Navy. I got my MBA at Penn State. Just because I always wanted to be a Nittany Lion. And I don't know if they'll win it with Rich.
What year did you play college ball at the academy?
03. I graduated 03.
Okay.
Yeah, the dark ages, right before Paul Johnson.
A kid that I graduated. Do you remember Matt Millen?
Yes.
Penn Stater, broadcaster.
Yes, of course.
His son Marcus graduated high school in 04, 05 and played. They had a scholarship to the Naval Academy to play outside linebacker. I was wondering if maybe you crossed paths with this kid.
Well, I'm an Allentown kid, so I went to Parkland, and the Millen name.
Yeah, he's a Whitehall guy.
It's a big deal up there, Whitehall like Barkley, right? So yeah, I played football at Parkland in that Lehigh Valley network where we put out one great player every decade or so.
So
I was not one of them.
So you were with Austin Scott.
He was a little bit behind me. I was 98. I think he was like 01 or something.
Okay.
Like that. But yeah.
Because I'm an Easton guy, class of 02.
Easton. Oh,
this
gosh.
guy's like my brother from another.
I know.
Other than the fact that he's tough and went to the military, we have a lot in common.
Yeah. Other than that, you guys are just.
Yeah.
The Red Rovers, man. That was our last game of every year, man, and it was always a hard one.
It's a small world, man. Well, seriously, thank you for your service, man. True hero.
I really appreciate you guys having us, and I appreciate your sponsorship.
And if you ever want to take up the dancing thing for like $400 a month versus $1,200, I'll give you my number.
All right.
By the way, if you enjoy these segments and you really, we couldn't do this without Window Nation. So make sure you patronize Window Nation, windownation.com.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
You got
Thanks,
it.
everyone.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip, and find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Just 12 minutes out here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Trust Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement System, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, 9:53, Kayal and Company. What a rapidly moving show it has been, and we will go even faster. It's time for the 2-minute drill. We begin with the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What have you found? All I found is that these red lights keep moving back and forth. Aside from that, this thing seems to have no other function whatsoever, sir. That's impossible. It must have some sort of function. I mean, why would the government put all that money into a thing with red lights that keep going back and forth? Doesn't make any sense. Keep working on it.
Sir, these lights keep blinking out of sequence, sir.
I see.
What should we do about it, sir?
Get them to blink in sequence.
You.
Rorschach, what do you got?
Well, we've run these tests, sir. Thank you, Rorschach. What do you make of these, Captain?
It's a bird, it's a cow, it's a horse with a hat on it.
Think you know what it is? Call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
$50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar if you can identify that Jimmy Kelly clip by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210. Best of luck. We'll have 2 more coming up for tomorrow and Friday. Although it won't be movies, it'll be Super Bowl trivia. Without further ado, Phil Omquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 5th, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Barron from the Spin Doctors, who's 57, Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses, who's 61, David Denny from the Steve Miller Band, who's 77, and Chuck Winfield from Blood, Sweat, and Tears, who's now 82. Heavenly birthday shouts to Corey Wells from Three Dog Night. We also lost Tim Kelly from Slaughter on this day in 98. Singles that could Fall You Down by the Gin Blossoms in 96, not 93. And Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode in 1990. Albums that could The Yellow Tape by Bad Brains in 82. Boys Don't Cry by The Cure in 80. And Medicine at Midnight by the Foo Fighters in 2021. By the way, it's a good album, but winning the Best Rock Album Grammy was a joke. Then again, the Grammys know who the lead singer for the Foo Fighters is, but not who the drummer... Come on. Not who the drummer for Nirvana is. Now that's where the red shot is.
Sorry.
Okay.
He's a little slow this
Oh,
time.
my God. Also in 2016, a new species of black tarantula was named after Johnny Cash. In 2006, the Rolling Stones played the Super Bowl. In 2004, Paul McCartney did the same thing. In 71, Black Sabbath started recording Master of Reality. In 83, Def Leppard's Pyromania began a 92-week run on the U.S. charts. In 62, Ringo Starr appeared live with the Beatles for the first time. In 2018, Paul Simon announced his final tour. And today at 10, pre-sale tickets go on sale for the Devo show at the Met in Philly on May 1st. But lastly, in 57, Bill Haley arrived in London for his first British tour. He was the first American rock star to tour there and is met by about 4,000 fans, mostly thanks to promoters. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Ump.
And also coming up at 10 today, not tickets for sale, but it is Dawn Stensland, and she's got content for consumption.
Yeah, because ahead of tomorrow's February 6th deadline, what are 11 Democrats, state attorneys general, including from our region, what are they urging residents to do when you are a federal employee as far as that so-called deferred resignation buyout plan? And are they saying you should take the deal? Is it an offer they can't refuse? We'll look into that one. Who really killed a teacher, a beautiful teacher named Ellie? Well, we'll talk to the attorney representing the family victorious in this bombshell case. Who is the killer? Is there a murderer among us? And why isn't anybody talking about who the real killer is after bombshell this week in the case? You're going to find out. We're going to break some news with the attorney this morning. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about energy, drill, baby, drill. There's breaking news with that. Of course, we'll have all things Trump for all you Trumpaholics, as Amy called herself. So we believe me, you will guzzle. You will be guzzling Trump during the Dawn show.
Jimmy, get that on the board. Dawn, you will guzzle. So we've got Deal or No Deal and then a murder mystery.
Yes.
I love this. This
All
is
coming up.
phenomenal. What a tease.
Woo.
Best tease of all time.
Thank
Great
you.
work out of Dawn. Stay tuned for Dawn. She's up in like 13 seconds. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday.
Wait, hang on, the winner.
Uh-oh, winner.
Oh, yeah, Bill.
Who's the winner?
Bill in Philly. Bill, what do we got? What's the movie?
Airplane 2.
Airplane 2. Yes.
Yeah.
Gallows, $50 gift card. How's that sound for you?
That sounds great, right by my house.
Beautiful. You can walk down the street, get your food, your seafood, your burgers, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it